South Africa, building the stone cities of Zimbabwe, building the empires of the Sudan, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, building the Swahili city-states along the east coast of Africa, and in Christian Africa, asking King Lalibela and giving him the courage to build the 12 churches of Lalibela from the ground down, monuments to the world. We ask these Africans who spread this culture to the Dogo and to the Akan and to the Yoruba and to the Bankango and to the Zulu. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of the Africans who opened up Africa, opened up the Nile Valley to other cultures and other peoples, and they came in and nurtured themselves on the African greatness. First coming in early were the ancient Hebrews, and they synthesized this culture and produced Judaism. Later coming in were the Christians, and they synthesized this culture and produced Christianity. Coming in were also the Greeks, who took the African culture, synthesized it, and produced Greek civilization. And then later, the Prophet Muhammad, and with the Arabs coming into the Nile Valley, they synthesized the culture and produced Islam. We ask these African ancestors, who as part of their legacy laid the foundations for Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Greek civilization, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask those African ancestors pulled out of Africa, taken to the hells of North America, South America, the Caribbean, maintaining the spirit of African humanity in their hearts and in their minds, and who left us this enormous legacy of struggle. We ask those Africans who resisted enslavement in the villages of Africa, who resisted enslavement in the shores of Africa, who resisted enslavement in those forts and dungeons, who resisted enslavement in the holds of those ships, who resisted enslavement when they arrived on these shores in the New World. We ask these Africans who ran into the highlands of northeast Brazil and established for 100 years the first free republic in the Americas, the Republic of Palmares, and their last great leader, Zumbi, who spared and sacrificed. We ask these Africans who replicated the Brazilian experience and went into the highlands of Jamaica and became the maroon-free communities. We ask these Africans who went into the backwoods of the Guyanas and Suriname and created free republic of the Suramaka and the Ajuka. We ask these Africans who went into the backwoods of Georgia and the swamps of Florida and moved with the Seminole Indians and resisted oppression. We ask these Africans who left us a legacy of struggle and resistance, the likes of which no one in the world has, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask these Africans who created and laid for us a foundation of struggle and resistance that was passed on generation after generation, that was passed on to Harriet Tubman, who fought her way out of enslavement and became a symbol of freedom for all of us. Similarly, Frederick Douglass and hundreds of thousands of others fought their way out of enslavement. We asked those Africans who went with Boukman, Dessalines, to create the greatest revolutionary experience in the history of the world, the Haitian Revolution, leaving us a legacy, the likes of which no one else has had. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future.
Let us start our class with a prayer. Heavenly Father, Divine Mother, friend, beloved God, Jesus Christ, Bhagavan Krishna, Mahavatar Babaji, Larry Mahashai, Swami Shri Yukteswarji, our Guru, Paramahansa Yogananda Ji, saints of all religions, we bow to all of you. Heavenly Father, Divine Mother, great Gurus, receive our love, receive our desire to love you more, to attune our hearts and minds with your great presence. Om. Peace.
Speak truth to the people. To identify the enemy is to free the mind. Free the mind of the people. Speak to the mind of the people. Speak truth. Hide nothing from the masses of the people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures, claim no easy victory. When we lose our African connection, we lose our world connection. When we disconnect ourselves from Africa, we cease to be a world people. Without the African connection, we are a disjointed people, begging for the entry into somebody else's house.
Reading from the Hosea, from the book of Fibber. If a beam is longer than its right measure, the excess is cut off. If the wind blows beyond its right measure, it wrecks the ships. Those who apply the right measure in all good things are not blamed. The God of just measure has created a balance in order to establish right measure on earth. Mother, Father God placed a heart deep in the body for the right measure of its owner. Thus, if those who are learned are not balanced, their learning is of little use. And a fool who knows not balance does not escape misfortune. Pride and arrogance are the destruction of their owner, but those who are gentle in character create their own fate. From the Hosea, the sacred wisdom of ancient Egypt, the sacred wisdom of Kemet. I acknowledge my ancestors upon whose shoulders I stand. I acknowledge my ancestors, the ones who came before and are still here. To speak the names of your ancestors is to make them live again. Speak the names of your ancestors. In the words of Dr. Ben Yakanan, when your God and your master and your savior look like your master and your enslaver, then you are the principal agent in your own destruction. Remember now that the slavery of the mind is far more destructive than that of the body. If we are to win the war against imperialism, oppression, and white supremacy, if we are to live, then we must take away education from our enemies. You're inside of the Africa Forum. Thank you so much for joining us inside of the forum this morning. It is Sunday, another Sunday on the island. How time flies. We're already so far into May. It is Sunday, May 17, 2026. And we're going through until 10 o'clock. That's when the big A comes in with the Sunday sunshine. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll tell you what we've got coming up inside of the program this morning. It's a packed program from the get-go, so there's a whole lot. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back.
Sign up for the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. The time by JN Money is
now 12 after 6.
Touchdown in the island. Though, is it a new one? This a container massive. All parts inclusive. Yo, them are body parts, engine, suspension, interior, accessories. Everything you're gonna need if you carry that is here to. You have to run in pan that before them done. New container arrived. Massive auto parts and car sales. 158 Main Street, Pineapple Place, Ocho Rios. Call us now. 876-298-6413. 876-974-7197 or WhatsApp 561-1223. Massive auto parts and car sales.
Need information on everyday financial matters? Then check out The Financial Corner. This and every Monday at 6 p.m. during live at 5:45. We give relatable financial information, the latest financial news, as well as financial tips.
Brought to you by Quartz Ready Cash. Ready when you are.
JN Life Comfort Burial Plans, helping you protect the ones you love.
That's Financial Corner. This and every Monday at 6 p.m. on the nation's #1 Irie FM.
This Friday, get ready to fuel up for a cause. Join the Irie FM team live at South Texaco Mid-Island Service Station in Gottis on the border of Manchester and St. Elizabeth for all the excitement. Come catch the vibes, music, prizes, surprises, giveaways, and energy all afternoon long. Bring the family, link up with friends, and be a part of something special. That's a live broadcast from South Texaco, Jamaica, and Mid-Island Service Station's Fuel for a Cause promotion. This Friday, May 22 in Gottis, St. Elizabeth, right here on Irie FM.
This Labor Day weekend, it will be dancing all night at Magnum. Best times, Saturday, May 23rd at Pier 1, Montego Bay. Music from the best DJs, Bad Girl Marie, Renaissance, CJ Liquid, and DJ Jigga. Admission $1,500 pre-sold, $2,500 at the gate. Get your tickets at Pier 1, Costa Cars Auto, and Fontana, Fairview. It's Magnum. Best times, Labor Day weekend, Saturday, May 23rd at Pier 1. Must be 18 years and older to drink. Drink responsibly.
Mecca, in association with Bossy Boss, presents its birthday bash, The Return, Saturday, May 30 at Club Mecca, 67 Constant Spring Road, Kingston. General admission, $2,000. VIP, $3,000. Featuring the Fireman, Capleton, Munger Honorable, Silk Boss, Big Stab, Tanto Blast, Furious, Gabidan, and more. Hosted by 4 Granny. Music by DJ Lollipop from Irie FM. Must be 18 or older to drink. Drink responsibly. ID required. You think you take boy if you book so much artists? The bossy but you're the poor.
Chasing the dream, now we're living a real life.
Easy Access presents Chillin' and Brunchin'. Let's go to the beach edition. Sunday, May 24, 2026. Starting time 2 p.m. until 8 p.m. Performing Diane. Music by K9 and John Gotti, Ja Hype, Soulville Entertainment, and me, CJ Johnny Cool. Taking place at Plantation Cove, Prairie Saints, and admission $7,000 pre-sold, $8,000 at the gate. It's a food-inclusive event. Chillin' and Brunchin'. Let's go to the beach.
Jesus, make me smile again.
National Labor Day Gospel Concert,
Emancipation Park, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m.
Come see John Mark Wigan,
Prodigal Son,
Jabez,
Sebastian Braham, and many more. Live gospel music at its most exciting in Emancipation Park, Labor Day, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m. When the work done, come give thanks and praise.
It's free.
You're the only one.
You're free Africa. Running Africa ni. Ahaye Jamaica. So what take kaka say boso kadia. Ewo Irie FM.
Omar sem fim. Boa tocha. Minha criatura. Que vai dia. Pes banda abaixo. Ele perdeu na buceu azul. O mar sem fim, penda notícia de que ele ingrata.
Thank you so much for joining us on the 107's 107.1, all the way to 107.9 on the internet at iriefm.net. Thank you so much for joining us on YouTube. On Flow, let me go through Flow Channel 822 because I understand from so many of you that you're not hearing us well on Flow Channel 822. Well, if you are able to, if you've got one of those smart TVs, then you can put your TV on YouTube, right, Peter? So put your television on YouTube, and we're live on YouTube. My name is Cabo Baat Crew. You're inside of the Africa Forum. We're working out with Peter Broadbent as usual. We're streaming live on YouTube, on Facebook, on IG, on the RFM social media platforms. And so you're going to see those running across the screen in a little while if you are watching on YouTube. If not, just go to RFM YouTube. It's Irie FM Jam, right? Because I'm not seeing that now, Peter. But if you want to get to us, go RFM YouTube or go RFM Facebook or just go Irie FM. We're all over the place. You know, it's a camera that's blocking it though, Peter. All right, so Irie FM, that's YouTube. Irie FM 107s, you name it. It's Irie FM, you find us there. Okay, so we're all over the place. We're also on Digiplay. So if you're listening Digiplay, we're also on Digiplay. We're on Flow Channel 822. We are, of course, on the 107s, 107.1, all the way to 107.9. So if you're listening to us on the radio, that's how you find us. We are available and there for you. So go right ahead. Thank you once again for joining us. Remember now to tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone who you can find that we're broadcasting. We're streaming live. We're broadcasting live. We're going through until 10 o'clock. The Big A comes in at 10. As I said before, Peter Broadbent is behind the consoles, the streaming consoles, and behind the radio consoles. And we are co-hosting and co-producing for the entire morning. And we are going to be co-hosting more than ever, I think, this morning, because I am just a little teeny weensy bit under the weather. But we're going through until 10 o'clock. It's 19 minutes after 6 o'clock. Thank you so much for joining us. As I said before, it's Sunday, May 17. How time flies. Tempus fugit. The Africa Forum Running African. Our mission, our vision is to reunite the African family for development. Our mission includes blazing new paths towards Africa's rendezvous with destiny, bearing witness, demanding change, understanding what it means to bear witness, craft, and also being the change that we want to see, crafting an African-centered agenda for change and development, all the while honoring my moral obligation to remember. All right, so also at the desk with us this morning. Not quite sure who's at the desk because I know we have a change of shift since I came in. So let me just see. I think I should have her name here. So I'm not sure who it is, but I know the shift changed. Who's there? Khadija. Khadija is at the desk. Hey, Khadija. Come and say good morning, Khadija Martin. Come say good morning, say hi. All right, we're all going through until 10 o'clock this morning inside of the Africa Forum. What a time. What a time. There's just so much happening. Donald Trump has been to China and back. The minute he got back, there was an announcement that Putin would be going to China. Yeah. France was just there the other day. And so just a different time. Eh? Also, we're learning new words. The speech that Xi Jinping gave at the dinner for Donald Trump and the tech bros, the technocrats who went with him to China. You know, he just threw out a word on us. And I was watching this live, you know, and because I didn't sleep through that whole period because China is almost one day ahead of us. And I needed to see everything live and in living color. So we were there, I was there watching, and I heard him throw out the word. And I said, well, you know, so that's in Chinese. Let me hear how we had a split second before, not a split second, a little while before the interpretation. And then we heard the interpretation, the same word come out. And I said, I don't know if I done, so if I'm bright, but me don't know it, so I'm going to look it up. So I did look it up. And can you believe it? Right, we're going to talk about that word later on, but I know you're hearing it all over. It's actually more than just a word, because he talked about the trap. So it is a theory. And there's this man who went to Harvard who developed that theory. Ellison, I think his name is. So anyway, we're going to throw out the word. We're not trying to say the word right now, because we're not promising you that I can pronounce. Did you learn to pronounce that word? Thucydides. Thucydides. Or Thucydides. Thucydides. Thucydides is the correct pronunciation. No, I never know that word. I'm not going to pretend. The Thucydides trap. And you see, Peter, I'm not even looking at anything. I'm just saying it from my head. Now, I'm not going to pretend. I know I have a lot of friends and relatives and acquaintances, and never who pretend to didn't know it. I mean, I never know it, you know. Me just say, well, anyway, me never know it. So I did the research, top to bottom. And it's very relevant to the times, because in a way, that's what we have been talking about in this space, right? It's what we've been talking about. We just never have a name for it. Or we had our own African terms for it. And can better all we give it to, you know, because you know how we were back in those days when Athens and Sparta did a fight. I mean, we were very much in all of it, whether it's the Ottoman Empire, whether it's Carthage or Carthage, whether it's, you know, no matter what, we were right there, so we could have come up with them words. Anyway, so Ellison is the one who named it after something in the period. All right, so that happened. That was exciting, that whole trip of Donald Trump to China. That went down, and there are many other things that are happening internationally. Macron has been to France. We're going to be talking about that later on this morning also. And we're watching that. Just as we were sometime last night, the head of the WHO tweeted that Ebola is now a disease of global concern. There's an Ebola outbreak in DRC. And so last night, the WHO has said that it is now a disease of global concern. It is not a pandemic. It is not going to be called a pandemic now. They are searching for a pandemic, you know. They are looking for disease X. And we could go over this again, but I've had many conversations and many interviews about disease X, which is written into their whether it's them Project 2025 or the United Nations planning or the WHO planning. They are expecting, and they have written this into their documents, that there's going to be a disease X, and that disease X is going to be another pandemic. Now, I know they're looking for one, and they tried it with the hantavirus. You know, CNN is really crazy. You know, CNN carried a story, I think it was last night into this morning, saying that the person who's leading the hantavirus charge in the United States is a doctor a doctor who deals with erectile dysfunction. I'm not even going to go there with CNN, but Peter, a doctor is a doctor is a doctor, and that might be his specialty. That doesn't preclude him from doing other medical stuff. But CNN had to go right there and say it's a doctor that deals with, I mean, it's early in the morning, that's 6:26, but they use the word penile, and then they go on to say erectile dysfunction. And so they're having the time of their lives with that. But anyway, so they tried with the hantavirus, and now they're moving on to Ebola. But we've got them covered. And one of the things they've said, they're saying it's a new strain of Ebola. They're saying that there is no vaccine for this strain. And that is why I'm watching them very closely, because Ebola is an old disease, and you know, we're not going to go back to where these things come from, and how them just in some African countries sit down the way them sit down, like how the DAs sit down in South Africa. South Africa is an interesting country right now. They're talking a lot about immigration. There's a lot of conversation in South Africa about xenophobia. When Tommy Robinson leads a march in the United Kingdom of 80,000 people marching against foreigners in London. That was yesterday. You should have seen Westminster Bridge, composed up on Westminster Bridge. You should have seen Westminster Bridge. London, do you have pictures of it, Peter? Can you pull up any pictures? And I know I know you probably don't have any at hand. But that march in London yesterday, there was an anti. They call it Unite the what did they call it? Unite or something. Anyway, the thing about it is that the other people went out and marched also, and this was a pro-Palestinian march, not as big as the other march, which led by Tommy Robinson, which is really a march against anybody else apart from white people. Basically, this is what it is. Britain has got to the point, it has always been there, but now it's out in the open, where they are no longer afraid to show their racism, where they are no longer afraid to show the extent of their bigotry. And so that march was about that yesterday. So when there is that kind of march, and this is not the first march, but when you have people taking to the street the way they have taken to the street, you do not hear the word xenophobia. But that is the very definition of xenophobia. But when people are riled up, possibly, remember I'm saying possibly paid, when there is a massive plan afoot to disrupt the economy of South Africa from many different fronts all at once, and people are encouraged and also provoked into turning against other Africans of the continent of Africa, because this thing is not organic, you know. What is happening in South Africa is not organic. It is not organic. I stand by my word. I've been watching this so-called xenophobia in South Africa since Nelson Mandela came out of prison. And I'm going to have a conversation with Buju, because Buju is reminding us that Nelson Mandela never come out of prison. And remember, we don't think that Nelson Mandela came out of prison either. I actually think, I don't think that Buju, because Buju gone really far. Buju gone back to when the CERN launched its first massive test in 2008, 2009. And it is believed that when CERN did that massive test, that we actually we entered a parallel universe. And this is where the Mandela effect comes from. He didn't say all of that, but I know that's what he's saying, because he said Mandela died in prison in 2008. So, Buju, my virgin, Buju Bon, I want to have a talk with you, Buju. Let's just talk about these things, man. Link me, Buju Bon. Let me take a break and come back, because the thing about this is, we do not use the word xenophobia when ICE put them neck. Let me take this break. I'll come back. I have to take the break.
Jesus, make me smile again. National Labor Day Gospel Concert.
Emancipation Park, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m.
Come see John Mark Wigan,
Prodigal Son,
Jabez,
Sebastian Braham, and many more. Live gospel music at its most exciting in Emancipation Park, Labor Day, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m. When the work done, come give thanks and praise.
It's free.
You're the only one.
Public transport operators, the People's Station Irie FM continues to put a spotlight on you with Red Plate Spotlight. Yes, you can win big, up to $50,000 5 days per week by keeping locked into the nation's #1 Irie FM.
Not to tell you, Irie.
All you have to do is send in your plate number via WhatsApp to 876-350-2838 and just tune into the 107s to hear when your plate is announced. You don't have to send your plate more than once. As one sent in, it will be announced some random day, giving you 20 minutes to claim your cash prize. Red Plate Spotlight is brought to you by
Tiles Are Us. Balance Valley St. Elizabeth Tiles Are Us.
Top Scheme Music promoting new singles Love Times 2 by Jake One and No Morals by Tommy Lee Sparta. Find these on all platforms. Go have a listen now. Looking for scrumptious food? Falmouth Chicken is simply the best in Western Jamaica. Vibes Pizza. Wow. Heatwave Productions promoting new single by One Dominion, One Night. Find this great song on YouTube and all downloading platforms. Queen Kamarla promoting single Respect Me on all platforms. Follow her on IG at Queen Kamarla the Baddest and YouTube at Queen Kamarla Official 1983.
You gotta respect me.
Soul Food Tuesday, 5th anniversary Suited Dress Affair, Tuesday, May 26th at Hyde Park Football Field, Mall Road, Kingstown 11. Admission $2,000. Music by Al Pacino, Little Richie, Pitiless, DJ Ray, Bad Boy Chacha, and Sound Government. Hosted by Janet Mann. Gate price $500,000. Best dressed couple $500 US. That's Soul Food Tuesdays. Tuesday, May 26th. Must be 18 or older to drink. Drink responsibly. ID required. This is a national swords event for Jamaica.
Jamaica and the world. The best of the best concert. Miami Memorial Weekend. Sunday, May the 24th. Performing live. Sizzla. Where do you go? Don't you need my Kiapotan.
Jaja City, Jaja.
Minimum. I'm drinking 450. Critical. Tyrus Riley. Tiffa.
And just added Skeg, Vanessa Blake, Craft, Chanel Muir.
Sunday, May the 24th. Inside Museum Park. Downtown Miami. Gates open 2 p.m. sharp. Log on to bestofthebestconcert.com.
Convert your coins to cash today with Coin Exchange. Visit a coin exchange machine at select Bill Express locations island-wide with your loose coin collection. No special days, no need for counting, no need for sorting. Coin exchange machines are fast, fun, and free. Find a location nearest you at gkmsonline.com/coin collection or call 888-555-5555. Convert your coins to cash today. Coin Exchange is brought to you by Bill Express, a member of the Grace Kennedy Financial Group.
Obasima yasanto wokuna hikuna wone mmemma hia na wanyina bopusaji ayirem. Waka ne hwidie kromo ayelem obi etie Irie FM.
All right, we're back with you inside of the Africa Forum at 6:35, and we're just talking about this massive racist march, anti-immigrant march, anti-everybody else apart from white people march. This is like a Ku Klux Klan kind of situation march in the United Kingdom, in England, in London. Yesterday, there at the same time was another protest, which was a pro-Palestinian protest that happened at the same time. It was like what I heard this morning from GB News that there was some 80,000 people who marched. Before that, I had heard from, I think it was Sky, that had said 60,000, but then by the time we got to GB News, it's 80,000. But we saw the crowds. And for those who are watching the live stream, and that's Tommy Robinson coming over there, those who are watching the live stream on YouTube, you're now looking at the images from the march, videos from the march, actually. Thank you so much, Peter, for coming up with that so quickly. The images are out there. Now, this is not called xenophobia. This is a fear of foreigners, a fear of others. It's not called xenophobia. When ICE has its neck in its foot in the neck of others, it's not called xenophobia. When people are being killed on the streets of the United States just because they are so-called immigrants, it's not called xenophobia. Why is it that over the last few years, many times we have heard there's always this uprising, and it's always called xenophobia, and they tell you how Africans are hacking other Africans to death and how Africans are dying, and Ghana is jumping in the fray saying that it's going to take its people home, and there's a whole lot of the South Africans will not say this, but they know very well if you go on the streets of South Africa, they will tell you, they know very well that this is being provoked. In a few years' time, South Africa will have a white president, and that president will come from the DA. And it's very sad to say that, but I remember many years ago, about 8 years ago, we had a conversation with Tao Tao, who is down there in South Africa, And, he said this, I think probably more than 8 years ago, because I think he said it in the studio. He said, South Africa is going to have a white president, and he laid out to us how soon that would be. And it's around this time, because when we worked it out, it was always going to be the DA, and it was always going to be through the coalition government, through the government, the ANC having or continuing to lose support on the ground and refusing to join hands with whether it's Jacob Zuma party or Julius Malema's party, but joining with the DA because they're afraid of the United States. So over the last few years, and if you remember when Cyril Ramaphosa went to the United States in the White House, remember what Donald Trump and those who were with him, remember what happened there. That's just the other day. I don't want to go back into it, but we had a long discussion about it on the program here. They made him a little boy there. Now, Elon Musk is on X, Twitter, every single day talking about South Africa in the most negative of ways, talking about how white people in South Africa are being marginalized or they're being killed. Donald Trump, when Cyril Ramaphosa went to the White House, Donald Trump showed a video that came from Rwanda or some other place like that of graves, those graves commemorating those who died in I think it was the Rwanda genocide. And he showed it and said to Cyril Ramaphosa, this is South Africa. And Ramaphosa sat there, didn't even know that this was not South Africa, when everybody, all of us knew it wasn't South Africa. Anyway, the point I'm making is that this talk of xenophobia in South Africa is political. It is political. It is not simple. It is connected to what Elon Musk is saying every single day. It is a plot to return South Africa to its apartheid days, era. It's a plot to put white supremacists back in power fully, because as it is now, they are literally probably 85% in charge. And so that the plot and the plan is to control South Africa. What's happening in the world right now? Africa is at the center of what's happening in the world. Let me tell you that. Africa is at the center. So the Horn of Africa, South Africa, Southern Africa, all of Africa is at the center, because Africa is for them the last frontier. You hear Donald Trump talking about rare earth mineral. Where do you think it's coming from? That big meeting in China a few days ago, this whole conversation about that on the backside of that about rare earth mineral. Where do you think that is coming from? And let me just to tell you a little bit of what happened there, because so they had the summit in China, Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. I mean, they rolled out the red carpet for him. It was a massive affair, and I mean, he should be proud. He would have been proud of that. Even Marco Rubio was in awe. He just kept looking up in the ceiling and pointing. He's never seen anything. China is an ancient dynasty. He has never seen anything like that in his entire life. He's there pointing up in the ceiling, looking at the architecture. Pete Hegseth looked out of place, and Elon Musk was there spinning around with his camera. So it was really a great welcome for Donald Trump. Xi Jinping didn't go to the airport, though, so that's that. But in any case, so that happened, and so they had a dinner. And for those who are watching on YouTube, you can see them walking into the Great Hall for the dinner. And it was during that dinner that Xi Jinping raised the issue of the Thucydides trap. It's spelled Thucydides, Thucydides trap, which is a geopolitical theory suggesting that war often occurs when a rising global power challenges an existing dominant power. And the concept comes from the ancient Greek historian Thucydides, and it has become widely used in discussions about US-China rivalry. But if you look at, all right, before I go to that, Xi Jinping reportedly asked whether China and the United States could avoid falling into this historical pattern of confrontation, presenting the summit as a decisive moment for the future of global stability. So it was a warning to Donald Trump, but I think in a way to China also. In other words, to say, can we avoid falling into this trap? The Thucydides trap really is what we're experiencing now. And I'm looking at this because this is not just for countries. This is also for organizations. This is for smaller nations. This is for agencies, for institutions. When people feel like it's a matter of power. When people feel like they're losing power, they strike out. It's almost like they're saying it's human nature, but it's not quite human nature. It's narcissistic nature, sociopathic nature, psychopathic nature, and many people are that. So is that you feel you're losing power, and so you strike out, not just at the person who you see rising, but at others around you to show that you are still powerful, you're dominant. So Cuba, let me put my foot on your neck and show you who is boss. So Venezuela, we're just going to come in there and take out your president and his wife when they're in them bed and go lock them up in New York. So Iran, take a bomb or two, but Iran is like, no, Thucydides run yes upon we. You take back to the UAE. Now, I know that I'm saying this in the vernacular. They wouldn't talk like this in the parliament, so somebody have to explain it to them. Anyway, this is Sunday morning live, not Saturday night live. But I know they wouldn't talk like this in the parliament, right? So we have to talk like this, right? Just so for me to understand. For make all of we understand, because we did have to break it down too to understand exactly what this is about. So I'm just sharing with you. Those who are watching online, you can see it on the screen, right? The Thucydides trap. There's some explanations there about it and so on. But it's a very good warning. Trump and his allies, his cohort, those who are closest around him, they have already gone out, in a very serious way, defending their position. And if you notice, Donald Trump tweeted on Truth Social right after that to say, Xi Jinping was not talking, long and short of it, Xi Jinping was not talking about us because he was talking about what Biden did. And then you have the journalists around him, and then you have the commentators around him, and they have woven, they have spun this. Come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. It's the prettiest little parlor that you ever did spy. They have spun this in a way that not even the most beautiful spider could spin in terms of how they're spinning this. But it's very interesting. So this is a warning that Xi Jinping gave. What it's telling us, and I'm looking at this closer, Peter, because I think what this is telling us is that you cannot underestimate Xi Jinping. When you look at his body language, he is carrying the Tang dynasty in its entire form. And for those who know Chinese history and the history of ancient China, go look up the Tang dynasty. It is regarded as one of the most significant dynasties in China. He's looking like Tang's Wu Tang. And he's carrying all of that. So it tells me that what he's saying is that this is also for us, for China. We understand that we are the rising power, and we understand that we are displacing you, the old empire, and that we have a responsibility to avoid this trap of continuing into war. He also talked about Taiwan. The relationship between China and America is very interesting. It's not a simple relationship. It cannot just be dismissed with Thucydides trap discussion. You have to go much deeper than that into trade, into not just war talk, but into trade, into currency, that level, into rare earth mineral, into the fight for who is going to own ownership of the next world order, the new world order, which is already in train. So I don't want to spend too much time on what happened, because I'm sure you would have been paying attention to all of this. What this does for us, though, is that for us as people in the Caribbean, for us as Africans, we must pay attention, because those who went with Trump to the summit in China, the U.S. business technology delegation, included Elon Musk from Tesla, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, Tim Cook from Apple, Larry Fink from BlackRock, Scott Bessent of obviously the U.S. Department of the Treasury, Pam Bondi, Howard Lutnick of the U.S. Department of Commerce, and I know I'm leaving out some people. BlackRock was there, Blackstone was there. We said Apple, we said NVIDIA, we said Boeing. Now, they went begging, and it's interesting because so many of them, this is like the top tier of the technocrats. If you want to talk about techno-colonialism, this is where you look. Did I miss a time signal? I think I did. Let me do this. I'll come right back.
Pay Uncle $1 down per 18 to 48 months credit over Lucky Dollar for furniture, appliance, and smart TVs. The time by Lucky Dollar is
now 6:48. You're inside of the Africa Forum. This is Running African. So if you're talking about techno-colonialism, the team, the technocrats, the tech boys they call them, but the technocrats that went with Trump to China, they all went begging. This is such a shame, because it really puts into sharp focus what this whole two-cities trapped conversation, how it begins to make sense when you hear it from the man himself, Xi Jinping. So the AI and semiconductors on the table as discussion, advanced manufacturing, that is on the table, agriculture and food, so you talk about food security, energy and natural resources, finance and investment, all of that on the table. Now, a lot of what they've gone to China, they went to China to beg, would be coming from Africa. We have to go back to the conversations I had with my brother Kwame Pianke in the early 2000s, when Jamaica decided to give China most of Jamaica's watershed areas, Jamaica's land, and turn over Jamaica's sovereignty to China, water sovereignty, food sovereignty, water security, and all of that. We had many, many discussions. We talked about China in Africa and why China in Africa was important to understand China in Jamaica or China in the Caribbean. So we're looking at ports. Right now, we see because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, we see a deflection now back to Africa, and the ports that are opening up and up for grabs and being fought over in West Africa in particular. We have to connect this little youth who is running up and down in Africa, what's his name again? Macron. We have to connect Macron's visit to Kenya and all of that. Everything is connected, you know. Every single thing is connected, because a lot of what these people are going to need to take you into colonialism and technocracy and transhumanism, they're going to get from, where are they going to get it from? They're going to get it from Africa. So Africa is in play. So I'm not seeing the note that she's holding, so tell me what's on the note. All right, so here we are. I want to cut this short. They got nothing. They got nothing. They got nothing at all. There's a conversation we hear from America talking about Boeing and how many planes China say they're going to buy. That's a joke. We're just standing by to see if we hear anything else, or maybe China is waiting to meet with Xi Jinping, with Putin, for us to know what is what. But they've gone back to the U.S. with their tails between their legs. And it is a shame, it is a disgrace on their part, but what it does is to put America in focus, and it tells us what time of day it is. The time of day that it is for us as Africans is, what do we do with what we have? Because now, more than ever, we have to hold our governments responsible for what they have done, what they are doing, and what they are about to do, because the fight for Africa is on. The fight for Africa is on more than ever. Rare earth minerals, water, and they tell you that Africa don't have no water on them, something they're not going to so they're fighting for Somaliland because of water. They're bombing Somalia every day because of water and rare earth minerals. So it's a joke what they're telling us. They're fighting for South Africa Because if you hold South Africa, you hold minerals and you hold one of the top economies on the continent of Africa. They are there with Nigeria, bombing Nigeria all of a sudden, bombing Nigeria for what? Why do you think that they're in Nigeria the way they are in Nigeria? We're hearing, I think this morning, that a joint war force between America and Nigeria killed the head of ISIS. One of the heads of ISIS is now the president of Syria, Al-Qaeda in the Sahel. You understand? So this is all a game to them. This is smoke and mirrors. This is a shadow game. It's all a game to them. And if we fool around with what we have, then that's where our problem is. So we have to shift the paradigm, shift the narrative, shift our thinking, because we do not have to bow to all that is happening around us. We already have what we need to survive. We have what we need to thrive, but we must take ownership of what we need. So the demonstrations in Kenya, when Macron went into Kenya, those demonstrations were rightly placed. They didn't get much coverage, but they were rightly placed. The people of Kenya didn't stand by and just allow him to come take the microphone and talk about quiet. What a piece of audacity on the part of Macron to have gone into Kenya, look out on people inside here, walk up on another of him ready for talk, take the microphone, command the stage, and talking about be quiet inside here, and then you have people inside there applauding. When I saw Macron in Kenya, it brought home forcefully to me how slavery happened. How slavery happened. It's not the people who were betraying the people. A lot of those who were in positions of power, and it is continuing again, we are going to have to, if we are going to survive and thrive, we're going to have to call a spade, because if we don't, we will make the same mistakes again. And I love my brother Chinua Achebe, and I love everyone who's talking. I mean, things fall apart, the center cannot hold. You know, I don't know him write that. He write the book Things Fall Apart, but the poem in the middle. You know, and I hear what our family is saying. But if we do not acknowledge those who participated and are participating again in the betrayal of Africa, we're going to make the same mistake again, because we think they're doing it on our behalf. They're not doing it on our behalf. They're betraying Africa. And those who betray Africa must pay the price. Those who betray the masses of the people must pay the price. I'm talking about betrayal. All that money that was collected that came into Jamaica for hurricane relief, we're hearing now, you know, I've got so much things to say. I don't have enough time. But Ruto in Kenya, Tinubu in Nigeria, Kagame in Rwanda, and Jamaica has entered into the tightest friendship with Kagame in Rwanda. But the M23 rebels that are killing people and raping women in the DRC are funded by Kagame for the most part. America has come out already to say to Kagame, you have to stop this. And if America really wanted to stop Kagame, they could have stopped Kagame. But Kagame is Britain's man in Africa. And the British Empire is refusing to die. And here in Jamaica, we are holding on to it as if it is a better culture, a higher culture, as if it is better than us. It's not better than us. It's a culture of pedophilia and colonialism and murder. We lived through it. Our ancestors lived through it. So I'm not saying anything that is not true. I'm not saying anything that is not true. Slavery was no joke. The transatlantic trade in Africans was no joke. So when we're fighting over the mace or we're fighting over whether we talk patois or English in Parliament. I do not give I do not care. Do you know? That's not what I care about. What I care about is not the one things them, which are the result, the consequences of the bigger thing. We can't talk patois in Parliament, and we can't touch a mates in Parliament for a reason. What is the reason? Why? Why? Britain is still the head of state of America. King Charles III is Jamaica's head of state. The First Lady of Jamaica is not Juliet Holness. The First Lady of Jamaica is the wife of the Governor General. The first man is not Andrew Holness. So you can go talk about one Andrew Holness till you're dead. It's not one Andrew Holness. It's the Governor General who represent. When you see the Governor General, you see Charles. When you see the Governor General's wife, you see Kamala Parker Bowles. Do you understand where we are in this bigger scheme of things? We can't talk patois in the Parliament because in a full Parliament, what a big conversation about patois in a Parliament. Patois in a Parliament conversation is because we do not understand what time of day it is. That constitutional reform has to happen, that we have to get rid of the King of England as the head of state of Jamaica. You can't touch the mace in Parliament because on a full mace. Who tell you never going to touch mace or phone mace? On a full mace. So the thing about it is that, yes, we must break some rules. We must break the rules to free ourselves. So we must talk patois and we must touch the mace. But that is not enough. We must now demand constitutional reform. It shouldn't take so long for constitutional reform. I hear Ed Bartlett come out and make a statement that they're going to replace and repeal and replace the Tourism Act. And we have been fighting for them to repeal and replace the Beach Management Control Act from 19 how when. And they don't even turn the black of them eye if you look away. You understand the point that I'm making? Do you understand the point that I'm making? Where we are, what time of day it is. Even Donald Trump and how many of those technocrats fighting for techno-colonialism, understanding the time of day, have gone to China begging. And we are here batting for and protecting the system that oppresses us still. The system that enslaved our ancestors. The system that is denying us access to the beaches. The system that is ready to mine out every piece of land, whether it is a land or the sea or wherever. We are fighting to protect that. The system that will connect how much $1 billion for hurricane relief but can only give us 2% of that. Jamaican people are not angry enough. How many people do you know who have lost their houses, who are still living on the streets of Jamaica? How many people do you know who don't have no place to sleep? Well, we know people. We know people. And you are telling me that you have collected all of that money and you have only paid out 2%, and the Auditor General report I'm talking about. This is a wicked, cruel, heartless, cold-blooded system that we find ourselves in. And I don't have no time for foolishness. Right now, it is what it is, and we're dealing with the isness of things. And sometimes we have to take a stand, even if we're sitting down. But this is a time for us to stop talking about how much slap music in our song. Slackness around Jamaica for a reason. A long time slackness around Jamaica. If a tree fall in the forest and uno no hear it, in a drop. I went and uno put it on Instagram, then it becomes the news. We've been telling you for too long that everything is connected. The education system is part of the reason why we are where we are. The fact that when we marched against the naked people, the naked statue in Emancipation Park, those uptowners and those in academia got together and talked about how it is art. Whose art? When we said our children, we don't want our children exposed to nakedness in Emancipation Park. You all in your uptown accents made a decision among yourselves and fought for that to stay. And because of who did it, whose statue, whose sculpture it is, it remains in Emancipation Park until this day. The man penis is right out there. The ladies, it's out there. You understand what I'm saying? The slackness are going long time. So when a billboard goes up with 2 feet up in the air, I put it to you that the billboard was not as naked as the statues in Emancipation Park, but somehow we are seeing things through rose-tinted glasses, and we have determined. We judge ourselves according to what other people say. So whose art? Whose art is it? And so it becomes art. And then everything else is vulgar. Slackness is not the music, because slackness was always going to be in the music, because the tree them have fallen in the forest long time and you did not care. Carnival is a massive tree that every year it falls in the forest, uptown Kingston. Last one I saw sex on TV. Whether it is raw sex or simulation of sex, nakedness, sweaty bodies, vulgarity. Like one place in ancient Greece, not Sparta nor Athens. Now what the place is name again? I soon tell you the name. Lesbos. And because we only care about what we care about, and because we can talk down our noses against the masses of the people, then we are talking about take the slackness off Hill Gully Ride. Well, they are going to slip and they are going to slide, because that is nothing to them. Because this is where we are as a nation. And we've been getting here for a very, very long time. So this for outrage, it deserves to be sent back exactly where it came from. Whether I'm talking in English or patois, we need to send it back and say, let us deal with the isness of things. How did we get here? And how do we begin to correct this? Because we have to correct it from infant school. And we have to correct it from in the homes. Talking down to people isn't going to change anything. This classism in Jamaica is a big part of the problem. I could go on and on. I have a whole lot of things to talk about, you know. And this morning I am not feeling well. So I think Amber is on the line. I am, sometimes it has to be righteous indignation. Because as a people, I don't know, are we building a nation or are we building a hut? That is a question. And if we don't get rid of classism out of Jamaica, it's going to get worse. Because slackness, who did the song? There was a lady who do a song about slackness is when the government now do this and taxes now pay and people are overtaxed and so on. We need to draw for the song there. Because structural violence against the people of Jamaica is slackness. The fact that we have collected how many billions of dollars for hurricane relief in Jamaica, and we only pay out 2%, that is slackness. I want to see people come out and put it on their Instagram. If a tree falls in the forest, did they Instagram it? It don't happen. It don't happen. And maybe we can begin to put ourselves in the shoes of those who you're accusing of being slack, and attacking everybody who accusing everybody, because that's the big thing now. And I said, and you're not going to touch it, you know. But I'm touching it because I'm tired of the hypocrisy on the island of Jamaica. Hypocrisy wrapped up in classism is a big part of the problem that we face. What is slackness? And who perpetrating slackness against the people of Jamaica? Those questions must be answered. And we must not be respect of persons. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. There's another thing, is that we will respect certain people, but we will not respect some. How come? The hypocrisy of the social media is driving me crazy. How come? How come? You tell me how come? Most of the people we disrespect are black people from the masses of the Jamaican people. We have to put a stop to classism and racism and colorism and Englishism and uptown twangism in Jamaica. And those uptown must come downtown and come into the rural areas and go spend some time at the non-traditional high schools and talk to the teachers and find out why. Find out why. You think so fully done, it's just gone underground? The youths are singing what they are experiencing. Uno no see that. Uno no see this over there. That is where we are. And so it needs a shift in the paradigm, in the thinking. And I'm not backing for slackness, remember, I'm telling you, this this space is where we have been talking about this very issue for the longest time. And one of the things that we have been saying since 2000 and how long, if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? It was about these things. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to Instagram it, does it make a sound? It was about these things. The hypocrisy on this island is wrapped in classism, colorism, and racism until we fix that. Until we fix that, everything that we have will remain. I'm going to go to the phone because I think Amber is online. Where do I go for Amber? Oh, she's not on? All right. All right, so can we get Amber on? It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. And we're looking at the deteriorating socio-economic climate in Jamaica, especially over the last 20 years. It's horrendous. The landscape has become barren of empathy, of civility, of morality, of accountability, of responsibility, of decency and conscience. This is what we have bred. This is what we are becoming, and this is what we have become. This nation is vibrating on a whole different frequency, a frequency of mental imbalance, actions of reckless abandon. And this is what we are reaping. It's a tree we plant. Violence, cruelty, crime, murder, lecherous behavior. This is what we are breeding on white people, witchcraft. And I put that in deliberately. You understand me? So the social and institutional gatekeepers that we see here now, we have to shift our paradigm. The communities have to get involved. The schools have to get involved. The churches have, look here. The churches have to get involved. Civil society is not so civil. It depends on funding. So it is also a betrayer of the people. Who funding you? And how are you betraying the people? And because of the funding, they are inept, They've been rendered inept. They're on the fly up when the money come in on certain things. You can't tell when money run. Human trafficking only talk about when money run. Incest and child abuse only talk about when money run. You can't talk about it otherwise. So other from that, people are indifferent and ineffective. I saw a story where child management, the report is that child management in Jamaica child care management in Jamaica. Majority of the monies coming into child care management are going into salaries. We did tell them that long time. They say they're caring for children, but they're paying themselves. And then you turn around and ask how they're pitting them so slack. We must face the truth of who we are becoming, what we have become. The majority of this black population in Jamaica was suffering from structural violence. You try to go to a hospital, make it tell you somebody, I know somebody in the hospital right now who went to the hospital 3 days ago, very ill, and don't get a bed yet. I mean very, very ill, sitting up on a chair. That is structural violence. That is slackness. And a lot, I'm not making no excuse to nobody, but a lot of this slackness is escapism. And I am mad as anybody else about what they are doing and what they are talking, what they're saying about women's bodies and what they're telling people to go do with their mothers. I'm just as angry as everybody else. But some of these very same people who are dancing to this and whining to this and going down and their loved ones. So between the carnage on the road, the deaths on the road, the violence, the gun violence, the crime, with all of that around us, see my sister Amber come up here now. Amber was just holding the fort, you know. You see, because it takes so long for come, you see what happened. Amber, don't do it. My sister, how you doing? I'm not hearing her. You're mute, Amber.
Yes. Good morning.
Hold on, I'm going to have to take the 7:15 break, right? Because our interview should have started at 7. But thank you for the little time. Let me talk on my mind. Let me take a break.
Say yes to living the life you love with your family with health and life insurance from Sagicor Life. The time by Sagicor Life is
now 7:14.
Juicy patty, them I eat me prefer. Not tell no lie. When me eat it, me feel like me want fly. From me a little youth, I eat me a buy. Juicy patty, yes, nothing else me a try. Love me beef and me love veggie patty. And the one with them call plant-based. Me shrimp patty, chicken patty, make you buy. And me say one more them nice juicy patty for me, please. Juicy patty that we love. Juicy patty that I wear the people them love. Juicy patty that we love. Get juicy patties at any location island wide.
From the creators of Money Fridays, we introduce to you another radio first. Grab back.
Stay locked into Irie FM on the 107 this and every Monday in the wake-up call for Grab Bag, and you could win up to $50,000 cash weekly plus other prizes.
All you have to do is call Irie FM when you hear it's Grab Bag time. Tell the announcer which bag to dip into, and what comes up is yours, just like that.
It could be a gift from a sponsor. It could be $10,000. It could be $30,000. It could be a whopping $50,000. Or it could be, sorry, try again.
But if you don't have a representing hand in the bag, you don't have a chance.
Grab Bag is brought to you courtesy of
Tiles R Us Limited, Banners Valley, St. Elizabeth. Tiles R Us.
This Labor Day weekend, it will be dancing all night at Magnum. Best times, Saturday, May 23rd at Pier 1, Montego Bay. With music from the best DJs, Bad Gal Marie, Renaissance, CJ Liquid, and DJ Jigga. Admission $1,500 pre-sold, $2,500 at the gate. Get your tickets at Pier 1, Costa Cars Auto, and Fontana, Fairview. It's Magnum. Best times, Labor Day weekend, Saturday, May 23rd at Pier 1. Must be 18 years and older to drink. Drink responsibly.
Jesus make me smile again.
National Labor Day Gospel Concert,
Emancipation Park, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m.
Come see John Mark Wigan,
Prodigal Son,
Jabez,
Sebastian Braham, and many more. Live gospel music at its most exciting in Emancipation Park, Labor Day, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m. When the work done, come give thanks and praise.
It's free.
You're the only one.
ansa ne yɛbɛwo abusunyi kukudurufo amana baba yɛ mɛmasɛm no ne yɛwɔ de so ntim jakarie konwa Irie FM so ayɛ hye running Africa yɛne yɛkorɔ no.
All right, we're back with you inside of the Africa Forum. This is Running African, and looking at my sister Amber, DJ Amber. She works right here. She's a broadcaster, journalist, publicist, entrepreneur extraordinaire. And joining us now, not to talk about her work in the media so much, but it's connected, but something that's really, really important. Amber, I'm seeing only the little top of your head, my darling. I'm not seeing you at all. Just a little piece of your head.
Morning again, morning. I'm gonna join your visuals shortly. I got my engineer Malia here trying to get me on TikTok. In the meantime.
Okay, all right, okay. So go ahead.
I had to wake her up. So thanks to Malia for waking up.
Good morning, Malia. How you doing, little one?
I get me connected.
Yes,
she's my engineer and my technician in one.
We depend on them, just like Neil. My engineer might, but you know what? I think today is not the day to say it because Peter is the engineer and the technician for the very longest while.
Lord of mercy, Peter, big up yourself. I wish Peter was here with me too.
Peter, you're here. She said she wish you were there with her there. No. All right, so Amber, Ananda Alert. We want to start there because you've been doing some work with them. And so I want to start there, but also specifically about the Stop the Violence Against Children. Tell me, how did this come about?
All right. So I recently was in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and a sister of mine, very popular sister, she was on America's Next Top Model, that is Camille McDonald, very young, vibrant young lady who's interested in the concerns of Caribbean people, and, you know, some issues that we have going on in society. So more than just a pretty face, and she knows my work. So she brought it to my attention, and I said, this is a good thing, and we can't just let it go by like it's a secret. We need to let everybody know that the march is coming up. We have seen so many incidents of violence against our children that it's pretty much intolerable at this time to just sit back and watch anything like this go by. So as you know me, I'm very passionate about these things, and this is how I discovered this march coming up.
Yes.
And, you know, decided to become a part of it. Not only because I have a child, I just love children, and children are the future. And if we continue on the road that we're on with children, it's not a good look, my sister.
No, it's not. The violence against children in Jamaica, so many of our people have become numb to it. And we also have a situation where we continue to blame the children who are being molested, who are being raped. It's such a shame that we talk about how them forced rape, and we talk about how them doing this and how them doing that, but they are still children. So there has to be a whole, I think, different attitude in how we engage with our children and the issues relating to our children. But we're also just hearing, and I don't know if you've seen the story, that monies that, and I probably need to find that story because I don't want to give a wrong information. But basically it is that monies that are supposed to be going to child care and child management in Jamaica, that the statistics or the research is now showing that majority of that money is going into paying salaries and not necessarily into caring for children or managing children's concerns and so on. I'm going to pay some more attention to that, but that is the latest thing we're hearing. I'm not sure if you heard that, Amber. Did you lose Amber? Yes, I'm not hearing you, Amber. Oh, you're mute again, Amber. You're still mute. Amber, you're mute. Yes, start over.
Yes, I'm good now. I didn't hear that report yet, but can I ask you something? Are you surprised?
Not at all, because we've been saying it, you know, in this space, we just never have the evidence in hand, but we could feel it. It has to be exactly what they've said.
It seems to me that when it comes to money can never go to the right place. What me hear you talk about the hurricane thing, and I don't ever touch on that yet. It is just ridiculous the way how these concerns to do with our children are taken lightly, even by the agencies that are responsible for these things. I don't get it.
I am not understanding it myself. And one of the reasons why I think we have to pay some serious attention is that this, for yourself and also for me, this is what we've been dealing with all of our lives in media, right? And so we've been having the conversations. And one of the things I do when I'm doing interviews, and I'm sure you do it, is to say, so what are the gains? What changes are you seeing, and so on? Because the issues remain so phenomenal just the same, almost as if, we are unable to break the back of this apartheid, of this system.
Yeah.
But so tell me how the march, tell me about the march, what it will include, what the message is, and so on.
All right. So the march is gonna be on Friday, May 22nd. Stop the violence against children. Everybody who understands that statement should just come out. I'm going to have more announcements when I come in with details and so on, but we start at Duke Street and we end at Hero Circle with some presentations and performances. And really, it's Child's Month, so it's more of a time to highlight these issues that our children face and to support causes like this one. Like I said, once Camille explained to me and I went online and saw the legitimacy of this initiative and the fact that it's been done in the diaspora and is now coming to Jamaica, because it's not in Jamaica alone we have this thing to do with the violence and the treatment of our children. It's right across Caribbean, and it seems to be in spaces where majority Black people have been placed, so to speak, because remember, so we not come from around here.
Exactly. It's part
they
of
bring we around here, separate with families, teach with violence, and this is the result now. We plague ourselves with these things.
Yes.
How can a big man see a little girl and think she's sexy? How can an adult have a child in their care and beat that child to death? You saw the story of the man beat his son to death the other day, right? I mean, these things to me are just so sad as a Jamaican. It really breaks my heart. So, I am happy to be a part of an initiative like this and support the sister Lena and the others who are associated with this. I encourage people to come out. Tabu, do you find, and I know that, I don't know if you want the word activist, I use advocate.
Yes.
But as an advocate or an activist, do you find that when these opportunities come around for us to gather and for us to show the seriousness of situations like violence against children in Jamaica, the people them now come out?
Well, listen.
And if cartels say free concert tomorrow, if you can't go nowhere, traffic block.
Right, but that goes to the structural, it's systemic. And even our own, we ourselves, the people have become the protector of the violence against them. We are numb to and have accepted the condition in which we are existing. And this is part of the thing that you say apathy, but it really is, it goes to the structural violence that I'm talking about, whether it is in the schools, whether it's in the communities, whether it's in the healthcare system. And so people are of the view that not gonna change. Not gonna change. So why should I do this? Why should I do that?
Come out. Oh my Lord.
So I do hope, though, I tell us about, I mean, people will still come, and we just need a critical mass. And yes. I think the system is also rigged so that we fall back, whatever we are fall back, the system rigged for that to happen. And we must look at the players within the system who are funding whatever it is that our people's minds are twisted towards. That is negative for us. That is not helping the society at all, not helping us as a nation. We have to begin to name the places, the sources, and the people who fund vulgarity and nastiness and dirtiness and stuff, and take it away from the end result. Because a lot of what's happening is all it is funded. Amber, go
not funded. It's at the convenience of these people who want their involvement in violence and abuse against children to be kept silent. We have such a secret society when it comes to them something there. people protect each other. As you said, they blame the children. Oh, her skirt is too short and she too young for her wear the short skirt, so that's why that happened to her.
She forced her.
These are ideas that we perpetrate on ourselves and each other. Oh, we are gonna mash up the young man's future. Nobody never tell him to hold her down. How do we justify these things? How can an adult female now come and say that her stepfather has been abusing her since she was 14? How can a child at 8, we discover that the father has been having sex with that child since she was 4?
Raping her, not sex. That's not sex. That's rape. Raping her since she 4. And this is the reality. This is Jamaica's reality that we keep burying under mountains of corruption and using the money that's supposed to deal with these issues to pay each other's salary. And that is why we have to call these things out and begin to name them and refuse to accept them. But read through the flyer, because you leave off some stuff. So look on the flyer and come give me a read it. Read through the flyer.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Because of the Zoom connection at the moment, I'm unable to.
All right, so let me go through. It says, stop the violence against our children. If the recent news stories of violence against children mean something to you, join us on Friday, March 22, 2026. Wear red and black. Stand in solidarity. Show your support. Lunchtime march. The time, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the gathering is at 10 a.m. at the corner of Duke Street and Sutton Street. And the route is you're marching along Duke Street onto North Street. Them sell a building with it up on North Street, no, you know that. And onto East Street, ending up at Heroes Park. Yes. So I'm getting it right. And the message is enough is enough. Yes. No more violence, no more silence. So, what will be provided? There's some stuff that will be provided. I'm looking at the thing. It says T-shirts will be provided.
Yes, and the novelties.
Placards and red. Oh yes, thank you. It's up on the screen now. For those who are watching on YouTube.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, so placards, T-shirts, red flags, and hydration. You're saying that would be provided for people who turn up?
Yes.
All right.
Like I said early, Sister Lena, who is one of the main persons spearheading this initiative, has done this. She has the experience. She's done it in the Bahamas, in other places across the diaspora, and is very motivated and passionate like you and myself about these issues that have to do with our children. As the thing says, too much silence. But even when I look at everything, the hurricane money not gone out to the people, all the other things, because I've been analyzing for myself. As you know, I'm very interested in these topics that have to do with our people. Our people is me and I am our people. So these things never go over my head that they have hurricane donations, which have not gone to the people from burial, and people are suffer literally. Remember, say me go out there in a cabo at 10, make people feel living, you know. Remember, say people still on that trapaling right now with them picnic them same way, you know. And when I analyze for myself and think of the many incidents of corruption to do with monies, we are in a very bad way right now, you know. I don't know how the people them name Cabo over England. Scotland Yard, how Scotland Yard not running, how more can not running. I don't understand.
Yeah, because I don't know really better.
Is that part of the system? So they tolerate it and they allow it, and it just goes on and on. When are we going to really stand up for a real change in Jamaica? How can we ever rise if monies keep on being confused? Because according to them, the hurricane relief money is not missing; it's just sitting.
And it's only 2% that are 2% paid out. Maybe less than
out. 98% is just sitting where we don't know. It could be in somebody's pocket or somebody's account.
No, I don't think it's in somebody's pocket. Maybe we take that back because so then we're right way. So listen. The Auditor General flags a slow use of hurricane donations After receiving 1.44 billion in donations by February 23, 2026 to assist Jamaicans devastated by Hurricane Melissa, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, had spent just 26.2 million or 1.8% of the funds by that date. And this is according to the Auditor General's Department report tabled in Parliament on Tuesday. The real-time audit of the Hurricane Melissa Relief Initiative, which examined financial management and procurement under the government's roof restoration program, also found that $34 million worth of roofing materials could not be properly verified because the supplies had not been signed by the supplies had not been supported by signed delivery slips or goods received notes, while a further 141.1 million in committed expenditure lacked confirmed payment or documentation. The whole thing is a mess. The whole thing is a mess.
We have documentation problem, because with the UE issue, same thing. Everything them out.
Documentation. You see, this is why I'm saying this is slackness. This is slackness. This is slackness and it not depend on rhythm. You understand me? But this is the worst kind of slackness that we can ever experience on this island.
But you can't tell them that music to them dance are the worst enemy of the people. And them now pay attention to these things we say, oh, this is super slackness. People are suffering and you are telling me that the money is there, but 6 months pass going into 7 and them not get it because why? Because why?
But Amber, while the people haven't received the money, they are suffering. You know, 4 or 5 days ago, we spoke on the phone because there were still goods on the wharf that there were difficulties clearing them for people, right?
I'm glad you said that. Can I just give that a little plug? I am looking for, because as you know, I do this as an individual, as an advocate. I do not have a registered foundation. And right now, I'm looking for a foundation to accept 95 barrels from Canada, which are stuck at the wharf. And I'm sure everyone has seen the videos and heard the stories of the things going rotten at the wharf, becoming, garbage while people suffer. So I'm appealing to any registered foundation that would like to assist to clear 95 barrels, which I am unable to do as an individual, as you know.
Yes.
Unless it's going to cost me an arm
they
and a
hear
leg.
you and they know where to find you. I'm totally out of time because my guest is standing by to come on. But yes. Amber, we talk again, right? Thank you so much. And just finally, the march again is on Friday.
Yes. We start at Duke Street and we end up at Hero Circle, where we will have some powerful speakers. People, please come out for this march. And Kabu, please, let's get it on the website. I know you have the influence. Okay, darling?
It's what me have the influence. Listen to me. Have a good day. Say hi to Malaya.
I will. Have a wonderful day, too. Right, enjoy the rest of the show. And thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, too, Amber.
Bye-bye.
Power in great moments. If you have financial needs, Chris and Charles will fix them for you. Power in great moments since 1992. Oh, we have it all. Power in great moments. Relax, you got Chris and Charles. Oh, we have it all. When you think loans, think Chris and Charles.
The nation's #1 radio station, Irie FM, remains committed to community development across Jamaica. Join us this and every Monday at 6:30 p.m. right after sports for the community-based program Community. Community seeks to highlight the positives as well as struggles in our communities around the island. Join me, Roger Haspel, as I speak with stakeholders including residents, community leaders, social workers, among others, and get a front row presence about the particular community taking the spotlight this week. You can be a part of Irie FM's Community. Call us at 876-974-5051 or email roger@iriefm.net and request your community to be featured. That's Community. This and every Monday, right after sports in live at 5:45 on the People Station, Irie FM.
Labor Day Gospel Concert.
Emancipation Park, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m.
Come see John Mark Wigan,
Prodigal Son,
Jabez,
Sebastian Braham, and many more. Live gospel music at its most exciting in Emancipation Park, Labor Day, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m. When the work done, come give thanks and praise.
It's free.
You're the only one.
All I need is the Holy Ghost.
It's here once again when St. Michael's Funeral Home presents a grand pre-Labor Day concert Sunday, May 24 at the Oak Julius Primary School featuring Junior Chucker,
Show me uno hand, all original bonafide Christian,
George Nuts, Aaron Miller, and Perpetual Praise. Showtime is at 8 o'clock and admission is free. St. Michael's Funeral Home, a state-of-the-art death care facility.
Just remember.
Builders, tilers, homeowners, it's here. Micro milling thin set. Available at Tiles R Us, Junction, St. Elizabeth. Micro milling thin set gives you high performance bond for wall and floor tiles, including porcelain tiles. Specially formulated for warm weather conditions. Micro milling thin set bonds stronger and is easy to use. Guaranteed high quality, affordability.
Micro milling thin set.
Available at Tiles R Us, Ballards Valley, Junction, St. Elizabeth.
Stronger!
Ye free Africa, running Africa ni, ahaye Jamaica. So what take kaka say boso kadia, ewo Irie FM.
All right, we're back with you inside of the Africa Forum. This is Running African. Thanks so much to my next very special guest for standing by for an extra few minutes while we wrap up with Amber, who was very late. But we're going to, in this segment of the program, talk about African indigenous knowledge systems. And this brother is no stranger to the program, but he hasn't been on in a while. So let me tell you a little bit about him. He is Derek Duro Ofodirinwa. We'll get it right this morning. So Dr. Duro Ofodirinwa is the host of the Medicine Shell, which teaches the ancient spirituality, philosophy, the cosmology of the Igbo people, Odinala. Also the founder of Kedu.me, which teaches traditional African medicine and the Igbo language to the diaspora. Duro, my brother, thank you so much for joining us inside of the Africa Forum this morning.
Thank you so much. How well can you hear me, by the way?
I'm hearing you loud and clear, and as usual, your voice is just like booming, just like you sound on your YouTube videos, just really booming and made for radio and TV. So thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. We have had many conversations, but on the phone, on radio, before we started streaming. You have been streaming for a very long time, dealing with African indigenous knowledge systems. Part of what you do, I want to go into immediately at the Medicine Shell. Just tell our listeners what the Medicine Shell is and the work that you do there.
Absolutely. So I started the Medicine Shell, I think it's about 6 years now. I lost track, right? And I started the Medicine Shell because I wanted to archive our indigenous knowledge systems, how we understood the world, how we understood ourselves, how we understood spirituality and our connection to the Creator, our approach to technology and science and government. I wanted to archive all of it. And as I started the project as an archiving thing, it just kind of started growing in its own direction. I started learning a lot more just about life itself that I did not expect to learn, and connecting to people all over the world. So we're here now, I think year 6, and going very strong.
Brilliant work. I've learned so much from what you do. So listen, while you're listening to us, while you're watching us, remember to go check out the Medicine Shell. And we'll tell you some more about that later on, also how you can get there. But if you Google that now, you're literally in, and you get an idea of what we're talking about. But when we talk about African indigenous knowledge systems, what are we talking about?
Yeah, so one of the things that colonialism tried its hardest to bury is our way of seeing the world and our way of understanding self. It was very important for that project to try to bury this concept. And so African knowledge systems are how do our ancestors see the world, construct their worldview, and interact with each other? What do they believe in? What's their approach to spirituality? What's their approach to science? Just everything you can call a knowledge system in all categories. We use the term Odinala to define that in the Igbo language. Odinala literally means as it is on the land. Odinala. Now, Odinala has a twin called Omenala, right? Omenala says, as we do on the land. So these knowledge systems were not just beliefs, they were the foundation of culture, as we do on the land, our behavior and so forth, right? And one thing that I have found, because I was always curious as to why it was so important for the colonialists to first and foremost try to stamp this out, right? And as I learn more, people are reaching to, I just did a video comparing the Akan spiritual system to the Igbo one, the indigenous ones. People from Uganda are reaching out, people from Congo are reaching out, and I'm finding that this is, and of course in the diaspora, Jamaica big time, all throughout the islands, all throughout North America, especially Virginia, they're all reaching out, and I'm seeing like, oh, this is the glue.
It is the glue.
Yes, this is the glue that holds us together, and that's why it was so targeted.
So our ways of being, our ways of doing, colonialism and slavery and colonialism, neocolonialism, ongoing colonialism ensure that we lose this entirely. How important is it then to reclaim the African indigenous knowledge systems, and what does a process of reclamation look like?
Yeah, how important is it? I think it's a matter of survival. I think it's a matter of survival. I think it's a matter of, I'll use this example, right? There are things that I've come to discover through my research that would change the way we do things today so radically that many systems would be threatened by them, right? So radically that many systems would be threatened by them. And there are things that we are told about how the world is supposed to be. Then you see that for our people, the world was a totally different way for tens and thousands of years. And it's only these few hundred that we've decided not to do it the way we do it, right? So it's a matter of survival. Now, the reclamation process is both personal and communal, right? There are a lot of stigmas, everything associated with us as African people worldwide. There's a stigma attached to it. There's a stigma about my hair. There's a stigma about my color. There's a stigma about my lips. There's a stigma about my nose. Every single thing, right? So of course, there's going to be stigma about my ancestors, their beliefs, their culture. All of it has a stigma, right?
The ways of knowing.
So,
the ways of,
say it again?
as you said before, our ways of being, our ways of knowing.
Yes.
This is
all of it.
And so you say it's a matter of survival, and I can imagine even now. I want you to go back a bit, because you said there are things in your research that you've come upon, that you've discovered, and I know your research is pretty deep and wide. That if we return to those sources, and if those are made known to us, we the people, then it will threaten the very foundation of their system. So hold that. Let me take a quick break and just a time signal and come back.
Safe, reliable, great value. Always buy from an authorized IGL dealer. The time by IGL is
now 7:46. You're inside of the Africa Forum. This is Running African. My brother Duro Ofodin Rinwa. Looks up. Pronounce it for me. Let me get it right now.
It's Ofodirinwa.
Okay, Ofodirinwa. And he's in the house with us this morning. He's a host of the Medicine Shell. We're looking at African indigenous knowledge systems. This is critical for us, even especially now when we're looking at techno-colonialism, technocracy, and transhumanism for us. What do we have to hold on to. So talk to me about some of what you have found that you talk about initially, that you said, if we return to that, then this will threaten the very system upon which they stand.
Absolutely. So I'll use two places, right? The first is in healing and medicine. Healing and medicine. I think the way that I'll call it modern, but the way modern medicine is set up, it is set up for you to believe that medicine is a rare thing to find. It's a difficult thing to find, and that you should leave it alone and leave it to the experts, right? And of course, there's a lot to be gained by, having like medical professional advice, that kind of thing, and so forth. But right? Much of what I'm finding in Western medicine is them going to us, seeing what we do, coming over here, patenting it, and then charging us an arm and a leg for 3 leaves that are in our backyard. Right? And they'll obfuscate the name so severely, they'll blur the name so severely that we don't even know it's that thing in our backyard right there. So one thing we talk about in our traditional medicine class is not just what heals what, but how our ancestors went about relating to the land, and how that is how you source and find medicine and healing. And once people realize that medicine is everywhere, and how to identify it and how to connect to it, not just physically, not just you just take a little pill and you swallow it, but also spiritually, right? So for example, now we have this custom in Igbo land where if a plant let's say if a plant has 5 leaves on one stem, and I'm a traditional healer, I can only take 4. I have to leave one for the other person. If I regularly return to this plant to receive medicine, eventually I'll give the plants a thank you by just leaving something at its basin. Of course, plants like water, all those different things, right? So not just extracting from nature, but honoring and giving back, right? As well as how common it is to find these things. Now, I can then go to something like economics, right? I'm working on a video right now on our ancestral form of economics and understanding. I did one earlier this year on our ancestral form of government, right? And with the government, you see that we created a system of government where every single person gets a voice. Every single person has their rights acknowledged and fully represented. And the strongest unit in the government is the family, is in your household, right? This is something that we're told is not even thinkable, but millions of people did it throughout the continent, right? And then onto the economics. Funny enough, so in my research, right, we have this system called the Isusu. And I believe in Jamaica, you guys have something called Susu. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We know Susu, but I think for us it's partner. But Susu is the same thing as partner. It's a Caribbean thing. So it's
a whole Caribbean. Okay, wonderful. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, in the Caribbean, I think there's some countries where it is definitely called Susu, and it's called Susu in some places here in Jamaica. But for wider Jamaicans, we call it partner.
Interesting.
Partner. Pardner.
Very interesting. Yeah. So in my research, I was seeing Barbados and Jamaica show up a lot. But now that you've told me that it's everywhere, then I'm going to start looking at all these other places. Yes. But the thing about the Isusu system is that it was attached to our medicinal system. So all of the healers in the community were part of a thing called Otu Agun. Otu Agun, right? Agun is the part of your essence that guides a healer. Right? It's the part of your essence that guides a healer, right? A lot of DBS, which are traditional doctors, translate it as the soul, right? So let's call it the soul. So they're a part of the one soul or one soul group. And the Otuagon is important because the way they make their money isn't even through selling medicine. It's through Isusu, right? Now, why is that important? Because anybody can afford healing, because I don't depend on the healing to feed my family. The healing is something I do for the community because I'm inspired by that soul, that agon, right? But we keep each other together and we keep each other up by collective economics, pooling our money together, that kind of thing. So let's say one healer wants to build a home, he's ready to build his house. All of the other healers will come together and help him build that one. Then when it's the next one's turn, they'll do and do and do. And this is important because, again, it takes away their work. There's certain jobs in our I don't even want to call them jobs, but there are certain communal roles in our culture that we clearly identify as this thing should not be commodified, right? And so with the traditional healer, you pay what you can, and then you receive the same healing as everybody else, and everybody goes home happy. So things like that, right? Which are generally told are not possible. But when you look at what our people have been doing since the beginning of time, this goes back to Kemet. Right, since the beginning of time, you'll now see that, okay, somebody's not telling the full truth.
Yeah. One of the things you talk about how our ancestors relate to the land, and so I want to go back a little bit to kind of focus on that within the context of what we're facing now. We have this geopolitical upheaval, tension, World War III, if you will, and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And one of the discussions coming out of that is the things that are going to be scarce. So obviously fertilizers is going to affect farming. Also medicine that are coming from wherever they're coming from, that antibiotics and all of those things are going to be short. And if not short, then we're going to see increases in prices. As a matter of fact, we're seeing those price increases already. But if we were to tap into our own indigenous knowledge systems within the context of how our ancestors related to the land, what would that look like? Talk to us about that.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, based on the scenario we're living in right now, one of the main things we can learn from our ancestors is self-sufficiency. Right? I understand that we're in a globalized world and we're all interconnected, but before we are connected with the Strait of Hormuz and Iran, we need to be connected with the soil under our feet, right? So the first thing I would recommend people do, and this is going to be radical, but I want people to really consider it because it's more possible than we think. We're almost brainwashed and thinking it's not possible. Start looking around you for what you need to survive. Start looking around you for what you need to survive, right? Now, I don't think that we're going to 100% change the global economic order just by doing that. But one thing we can do is not create a situation of desperation, because empire needs desperation to keep doing what it does, right? Which is all this upheaval that you're speaking about earlier. That kind of thing. So looking around you and seeing, and then also going back to those knowledge systems. Now, no matter where you are throughout the African diaspora, those knowledge systems are in your family, right? We need to start having conversations with each other as well, especially with our older generations, right? A lot of young people don't want to hear that, but we have the conversations with our older generations, all right? And you'll find that much of what we're importing, we have, frankly, a better alternative to. Very frankly, a better alternative to. And I find this consistently. But again, we're made to believe that the ones we produce, again, that stigma, right? The ones we produce are the bad ones, and the ones everybody else produces is the good one. Okay? So when we talk about Odinala, right? People always ask me, how can I learn Igbo spirituality? I'm okay with sharing, the videos and all that stuff, but I always tell them the first thing you do is you go back to your own family. The first thing you do is you go back to your own family and you go look for your own ancestors, and you find all the healers there and what they were able to do and what they used and their methods and things like that. And you'll be surprised how much you can take off your counter just by looking in your own family knowledge system. Because that's the core of everything we do as African people, right? Is that family and family knowledge systems, okay? The next thing I would like to, and I know you and I mean, if you and I were in charge, it would be different, but we need to be trading with each other, We need to be interconnected with each other, right? We have what we need as a collective amongst each other. But of course, that takes a little more than just a suggestion to change, So,
in other words, we have to do that which we already know, because these are not as old as we think. I mean, for Gen X's and I suppose even for millennials, and we're using their marketing terms to identify ourselves in terms of understanding the age groups that we're talking about. But I, for example, grew up in a community where that was a big part of community life. Obviously, it's not there anymore in the way we still have residual bits and pieces of it. But in other words, our parents know this, our grandparents know this. So if we tap back into, I hear you saying, into that which we already know, why do so many of us think that we have lost the indigenous knowledge systems? Because there's that thinking, and obviously have and continue to embrace the Western way of doing things, which is really killing us in any case.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because this is something that I've been talking about over the past few years. I think we believe our essence, our customs, our approach, our knowledge systems are further away than they really are. They're not that far away, no matter where you are. Right? I grew up in the United States, and a lot of my Black American friends will tell me that, oh, we've lost our African traditions and this and this and that. And then I'll go to their family reunion and they're doing exactly what we do back home, but they don't brand it that way, right? They don't brand it that way.
Or you're going to the Pentecostal churches and you recognize the extent to which Africa has come home.
Correct. Because when I go to Ireland, that's not how they do church.
Yes.
When I go to England, that's not how they do church.
That's right.
But when I go to Africa, when I go by the river, that's how our people worship. It's the same way they do it. So you look at it, you're like, huh, right? Exactly. So I think that sometimes we get, the phrase I use is we get lost in the costume, right? We think that because our ancestors were dressed different and that kind of thing, that they are radically different from us, and they're not. They're not. A lot of these knowledge systems are well preserved. In fact, we have an Igbo language class, and every now and then we get a student from Jamaica. You would not believe how much Igbo is in just regular everyday patois. You would not. We were talking the other day, like a few months ago, about the term, like I was teaching them that if you put fu at the end of a phrase in a word in Igbo, it means that you've done that thing so much that it's now a problem. And I go, for example, bufu is like something that's so big that it's a problem. And one of the students starts laughing and she says, we say that same thing in Jamaica. We say
That's
like
right.
a really short person.
That's
You
right.
know, like we use bufu. Yeah. And we're here laughing. Had another Haitian student, same thing. So these things are not as far as we think, especially if we're willing to speak to those older generations. But there's something that Westernization does, right? Westernization always turns the youth against the elder, right? It always turns the youth against the elder. It will either tell the youth that they are superior to their elders because maybe they're closer to what the West wants or that Western ideal, or it will create a resentment for the elder. One way or another, they always find a way to do it, right? It's in the music, it's in the movies, the big dominant, like I said, I'm in America, so the big thing here is rebelling against your parents. It's a big theme, right? And if that's how they want to organize themselves, that's fine. But we as African people, I wouldn't suggest it, because we keep our knowledge systems intact generationally. We keep our knowledge systems intact, sitting at the feet of our grandmothers, the feet of our grandfathers, and hearing what they have to say, right? So and I'm glad that you even pointed out it as a generational thing, right? So Gen X and millennials, in the Igbo cosmological system, we believe that generations have a chi. A chi is its own creator and its own destiny and its own purpose. And I think one of the purposes and destinies, or one of the callings for our generation is, especially being Gen X or millennial, is going back to the older generations and archiving as much as we can.
For that point, I'm going to pick up right from there in a minute.
You get chopped?
Not take that. Make Mocha FIB and the police help you. Call 311 or 1-888-662-2847. The time by the FID, Mocha, and the JCF is...
A minute after 8 o'clock, you're inside of the Africa Forum. So each generation has a chi. A chi? All right, talk to us about that.
Each generation has a chi. So in Igbo cosmology, the creator there are two creators, a mother and a father. There's chi or chuku, right? Chuku just means the big chi. That's the chi of all things. And then there's eke. Eke is creation itself. So anything physical, anything you can encounter, anything you can touch or sense with your five senses, these are all a part of the eke, the mother, right? And then that which you cannot touch is from the father, the conceiver, right? And so these two essences infuse themselves into everything. So I am a combination of the mother. This is why I have a physical body, right? And then I am also a part, and the father, which is why I have a non-physical body, right? And so those two things come together and create life. So everything has a chi, meaning that our idea of the creator is that the creator infuses itself in all things. Infuses itself in all things, right? And so every single thing has its own piece of the creator within them, right? Every single thing has, and that piece of the creator makes them unique in creation. It gives them a unique path and purpose and destiny and essence. So this doesn't end at human beings. This can also be groups of people, such as generations. Each generation, or we call them Ogbo in Igbo, every Ogbo has a destiny. Every Ogbo has a thing that it was brought into the world to do, right? And I believe strongly that one of the things for millennials and Gen Xers is that archiving, because people younger than myself, now it's their grandparents and great-grandparents that know these things. But for us, it's our parents and our grandparents, right? And so we are still close enough to that older generation to be able to collect that knowledge and send it back to down the generational river.
And so you say archiving, ideas of archiving. What do you mean by archiving?
Archiving is, for example, right? We have a phrase in America, they say we're losing recipes, right? And so collecting what was known before, learning your family history. People always ask me, what's the best way to start Odinala? And I said, well, you don't need to look too far. You don't need to go all the way to Africa and think about it. The best way to start is to learn the names of your specific ancestors and their stories. And you start building these names and stories and building these names and stories. Like I said, I've been doing this for 6 years. You would not believe the amount of lives I've seen transformed just by these simple acts of learning their ancestors' names and stories, right? Because when a tree is well rooted, it's very difficult to push over. You understand? And so we live in a system that benefits from poorly rooted trees. Because if I need you to go over here, I just pluck you and go over, that kind of thing, right? But if you're too well rooted, it's going to be a problem, right? And so that archiving is learning the names of your ancestors, learning their stories, right? As you learn their stories, you now figure out, oh, this one was a healer. Oh, this one, she did this, she did that, that kind of thing. And then those things then are infused in you, and you can carry it over to your children and your younger siblings and so forth, right?
So let's look a little bit more at this, at spirituality and our ways of understanding God, and how I know you mentioned earlier that you have been doing the comparison between the Igbo knowledge system and Akan. So if you take us there also, that relates directly back to us here on the island in Jamaica.
Absolutely. Yes. So the video was a bit of a trick, right? Because I started the video saying I'm going to talk about the differences, right? But if you pay attention to what I'm talking about in the video, it's really the similarities. The video is really about how similar they are, right? And so one of the things I was seeing was that as I'm learning Igbo spirituality, it becomes easier for me to understand all of these other cultures that are surrounding us. It becomes easier for me to understand the diaspora, because it's almost like we're all saying the same thing in different fonts. Okay. The way I said it in my last video is our spiritual systems are about 98% the same. It's just based on who we are, we put focus on one thing or another, right? Igbo people are very mercantile, right? They're business minded. So a lot of Igbo spirituality may be the same as what you're seeing in Yoruba and Akan or Congo, but there's more emphasis on the things that lead you to success and the things that help you establish yourself in the world. And there's a little more emphasis on that, right? It doesn't mean those other ones don't have it, right? They do, but they're going to emphasize something else because what's important to them. In the diaspora, the same thing, but there's a lot more emphasis on rebellion. On pushing back, on survival, on fighting back. Why? Because that's what our people needed here.
Right, yes.
Right? Exactly. So the video is talking about the Akan and the Igbo cultures, both of them, right? And this, by the way, is the synthesis that creates Jamaican culture, because those were the two groups that they focused on when they were enslaving people. And in the video, I had a Ghanaian. He's a retired professor. He helped me out with some things, and I, was able to research some books. But again, when I'm looking at what they're saying the exact same things as we are saying. And in fact, there were things that I was finding that a lot of Akan people may not even know, because, for example, now they say the Akan calendar is 5 days. And I was like, I think it's 4. I told the professor, I think it's 4. He's like, okay, why do you think it's 4? I said, because one, ours is 4, but a lot of your stuff is arranged in patterns of 4, right? So he comes back to me like a few days later. He says, you're correct. Somebody told me that the previous calendar was 4 and things like that. And so, yeah, even I'm looking at your necklace now. That's I want to say that's the Ankh, correct?
This is the Ankh. Yes.
This is the Ankh, okay.
Yes.
So get this. In Akan, that exact same symbol is called the Afwa.
Afwa.
The Afwa is the connection to the mother goddess. Same thing.
Same thing.
In Igbo, it's called Ofo. And I believe Ankh was probably Anka or something like that. It probably ended in a vowel. But you see this, and it's always the same shape.
Yes.
Large head, womb-shaped body, that type of thing, represents truth, represents justice, represents balance. It's used in things like taking oaths and things like that, right? Always the same thing. The video I'm releasing this week is on the process called Igo Ofo. Igo Ofo. Igo Ofo is how you use the Ankh. It's how you use it. And in the video, I talk about how this is the oldest recorded prayer in the world. Because have you heard of the 42 laws of Ma'at? It is the exact same thing.
Oh, really?
It is the same thing.
So, and I know you and I, we've had this conversation, I think the last time you were on, in terms of the interaction of our peoples. And I think it's also when we understand what Africa is, the landmass, before 1884, that also helps us to understand migration patterns and who people are and where people came from. I know it's something that we spoke about the last time, and the connection between all of us. I went into Togo, I was telling you, and in their museum, they have a whole documentation on how they came from Egypt and the people who passed through and what they did and who they were. I suppose you can still go now and find that in the museums in Togo, but we got a chance to look at that. How does that factor into these similarities, whether it's spiritual or otherwise, that your research have turned up, especially when we come to the knowledge systems?
So one thing that's assumed about Africa is that everything was paused until the Europeans came, right? And that's just, no serious person is going to think like that, right? Or should be thinking like that. So the level of interaction on the continent was higher in the past than it is now. The level of movement and trade, and I mean, maybe there's more trade now just because there's more things being produced, but the level of interaction was higher than now, just based on everything that I'm seeing, right? And one of the things that is actually connecting us is not necessarily that we're traveling and sharing these ideas, because this is going to be hard for you, or not, let me not say this, because you know a lot. There's going to be a lot hard for a lot of people to understand. Our spiritual systems are not based on beliefs. And I know people, that's the strange thing for people to understand, but I want them to just keep it in mind as we have this conversation. The thing is, the reason that there's all these similarities is because we are looking at the same thing and we are finding the same truths. So in reality, it's just an African approach to spirituality that makes it similar. And the approach is tell the truth. If I told you to describe the sky, and I'm describe the sky, and we're miles away, we're going to say similar things. And the earth and all that stuff, right? So it's really just the same approach that's making us interconnected.
This is a question coming from left field, but why do you think Africans have the same approach? What is it? Is it melanin? What is that connection that we have to the universe then, or to space and time, if you will?
How deep do you want to go?
Go very deep. Go very deep. I'm good. What I probably should do, because we have just about 10 minutes on the backside of this. So let me take the break, and then you come back and go deep.
Supplicant, boost you up. Supplicant. When me dip on the move, me not no time to stop. Supplicant, I'm a food and nothing can not the back. Supplicant, vibes and energy and read. Supplicant, boost you up. Supplicant, keep your French talk. It boost your energy, keep you on track. Supplicant, for health and strength and daily food. Supplicant, they're on top. Supplicant, vibes and energy and read. Where the people want in the streets. Supplicant, boost you up.
Every day we use our feet to walk, run, and take us places. But your feet can do something even more amazing. Join Guardian Group's Shine 5K Night Run Walk and make a stride to support KPH, the Falmouth Hospital, and Project Star. Saturday, May 23 in Kingston and Saturday, May 30 in Montego Bay. Register at run2shineja.com or runningeventsja.com and see you at Guardian Group's Shine 5K Night Run Walk.
The most credible reggae radio ambassadors, Irie FM, will journey north May 24
for the annual staging of the best concert
at the New Museum Park, downtown Miami, Florida.
The likes of Capleton,
Sizzla,
Beanie Man,
Taurus Riley,
King,
450,
Critical,
Fragile Wild,
Craft,
Chanel Muir
are among the Jamaican stars set to take the stage.
Yours truly, the Scoop General, Courtney Mack,
and social media specialist Shanice Williams will lead the Irie team as we provide comprehensive coverage
on the Irie FM app and on all social media platforms.
From Best of the Best 2026.
Live coverage of Best of the Best 2026 comes to you all courtesy of
Ulterius Parts Center and Accessories. Quality parts, great prices, guaranteed.
Tiles R Us, Ballots Valley, St. Elizabeth, Micromilling, thin set now available, bonds stronger and easy to use.
Massive Auto Parts and Car Sales. Pineapple Ulterior Sintan. For the best in auto parts and car sales, call Massive. We've got you covered. Sims Dramatic Comedy, Roommate Drama, now playing at HQ Live.
Number one reggae station in the whole wide world.
I won't let you go till you bless me.
It's a call to worship. National Workers' Week and Labor Day Church Service. Sunday, May 17, 10 a.m. St. John's Methodist Church, 2 Duke Street, Montego Bay. Let's come together to lift up the workers of Jamaica in prayer.
Let you go till you bless me.
Residents of St. Anne Holiday Haven Resort is the place to be Thursday, May 21. Join the outside broadcast crew for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security's Labor Talks Roadshow from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Come learn more about Jamaican labor laws, the future of work, employment, and more. That's an outside broadcast from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security Labor Talks Roadshow, Thursday, May 21 at Holiday Haven Resort in Runaway Bay, live on the 107s.
Irie FM, the heartbeat of the nation.
All right, we're back with you inside of the Africa Forum, just about 16 minutes after 8 o'clock. My brother, yes, I do want you to go deep, and because we have just about 10 minutes on this side, or maybe less. It's less, right?
Not a problem.
Yeah. All right, so go right ahead, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So there's something that our ancestors are tapped into, and it's the same thing that we're tapped into. And the difference between them and us is they had a name for it, and they were familiar with it, and they were comfortable with it. We tend to not understand it, be scared of it, dismiss it, and so forth. But the world of spirit is very real, and it's consistent. So if you are able to tap into the world of spirit and describe what you're seeing and you're experiencing, right? I'm not talking about what I believe. I'm talking about what I saw with my own two eyes, I felt with my hands, and that kind of thing. I felt in my essence. Right? And so once a person learns how to use what we call the Ose Aura, the Ose Aura is your spiritual eye. Once a person learns how to use their spiritual eye, they'll begin to see the same things that they were drawing in the walls of Kemet, the same things that they were talking about in the Akan, and so on and so forth. So it's not a coincidence that we have these commonalities. It's not, and I'll say this as well, as much as I value the process of archiving and preserving this knowledge, these knowledge systems, if you leave two Africans on an island stranded, they will organically produce these things again. Because it's who we are. It is an outward expression of who we are, period. This is how you also know who your people are, right? And so there's a lot to it. I mean, you mentioned melanin. Melanin is an amazing electromagnetic conductor. It has these properties that like the best semiconductors in the world don't have, right? And it is solar and water powered. It is solar and water power. Now, our ancestors say that there's a form of wisdom called divine wisdom, Uche. This is wisdom from the Father. And Uche comes to you by way of the sun, right? And it's just in the past few years, they figured out that, it turns out melanin, the electromagnetic properties are enhanced by the sun. There's melanin in the brain, there's melanin in the eyes, there's melanin in the skin and all that stuff, right? So I will say that to say this, we're not ordinary people.
So spirit, so help us to understand spirit.
Yes. Okay. Help you to, okay. So the way our ancestors defined it is spirit comes from an essence called ma. Ma is also the Igbo word for knowing, awareness. Okay. All things in creation are made of ma. Right? Now, the difference between a human being and a spirit is faint. It's not much. It's just density. Human beings have more it packed up in one place. But then you have at your centers more packed up, and then on the outsides it's loose and light. Think about it like the earth and its atmosphere, right? Or when you see a cell, you see the nucleus and then you see the surrounding membrane, right? Everything in nature takes this essential shape. And that so the physical is spirit as well as the quote unquote spiritual. It's all the same essence. But because the spirit is light, the one that surrounds us, that is lighter, it has properties that the physical doesn't necessarily have. Property one, it is interconnected to all spirit. We are all interconnected to spirit, right? Property two, it does not function based on time and space. So I am very literally my ancestors because that is the same thing flowing through, right? And if I trace my ancestry, I go my parents, grandparents, so on and so on, I will eventually arrive at the earth itself and the sky. I will eventually arrive at the sun, and I'll eventually arrive, no matter what you believe in what created that sun, earth, and sky. right? And so all knowledge of all of these things and being able to walk into a room with awareness of these things, right, allows you to feel things on a different level, to see things on a different level, to interact. Also understanding that the physical and the spiritual are all made of the same material. It's all the same thing, right? Your approach to things changes. And from there, you gain an understanding of spirit that is based off of experience, what you actually experience, rather than a belief system.
So how do other spirits come in? For example, like narcissism or people who are sociopaths or psychopaths?
Absolutely. So the way we see it in Odinala is that a person's chi, because there's the creator, but the creator, we're all the creator in essence, right? We're all pieces, we're all little bodies inside the greater God body, right? And the way it is that all things are created for the Ilu is Awarumado Kachia Siekea, which is it's based on each person's work in this world, each person's purpose in this world, that they are created, right? So the thing we understand in Odinala is that some people's work is going to run directly counter to ours. Some people's purpose is going to run directly counter to ours. We don't believe that the creator only creates the good. The creator creates the good and the everything, every single thing. It's all there, and it's all here for a reason. Now, here's our understanding of it. It all belongs as well. It all belongs as well. And so we understand that interactions with those parts of life that are more difficult or painful or destructive is a matter of relation. Okay, you are this thing, I am this thing, this is what I want, this is what you want, this is how we're going to interact with each other without either one taking from the others, right? And that kind of thing. So there's this culture and understanding of interaction. In the Igbo culture, we have this thing called the Ajofia. It's a part of every village called the Ajofia. The Ajofia literally translates to the forest of evils or the evil forest, right? And what we understand, I'm actually gonna, I hope I don't go over time on this. What we understand is that certain things can possess you or certain things can interact with you in a community. And if you don't want to coexist with them, you tie them down and you say, from now on, you're going to live over here. But what is it that you want, right? I don't know if you remember in the book of King Solomon, right? Where he cast the demons out of people and then he asks, okay, who are you? What do you want? This is a very African approach, right? So once you figure out what I want, okay, once a year you can come out and do that thing. For the rest of the year, you leave us alone. Or instead of doing this, you take control. You can exist, but I'm in control now, right? So once a year, all of those spirits that the community doesn't want are channeled to come out in the community. And instead of terrorizing the community, they're now entertainers. They dance, right? They guard. They're guards. They're security guards. Some of them are comedians, right? It's a thing
for that moment that I don't want security guards and entertainers and dancers and singers to be listening to the music to the program now and run with anything. So for that one day they come out and they do that.
Absolutely, yeah. So what happens is once a year, the people that manage those spirits will go into into the forest and they'll channel those spirits and they'll come out and they'll dance as them. And then they'll go back, right? Okay, you want to terrorize the community? Okay, you're going to come out and you get to chase kids. That's all you get to do. Then you got to go back, right? And so this mentality is actually how the vaccine was invented. I don't know if you've heard the story of how inoculation started in North America. There was a man, an African man, who was enslaved and named Onesimus. And smallpox broke out, And the white settlers realized that they were dying at a faster rate than the Africans. And so after a while, they started asking the Africans, okay, Onesimus was asked, why is it that the Africans are surviving this and we're not? And Onesimus told them that when we're young, if a person gets the pox, they will cut all of our arms open, they will take blood from that person, and they'll put it in each and every single person's arm. right? And the difference is now, okay, smallpox, you want to occupy my body? Fine, you can occupy my body, but you have to occupy my body as a protector, right? And this is how they created the inoculation. It, of course, they called it juju, they called it voodoo, they called it all these things when it was first announced. And in fact, there was one white man, Cotton Mathers, was really advocating it. He's the descendant of the founder of Harvard University. He's like the grandson or the son. And he was advocating for, like, no, we should try this. It works. It works. They threw a brick through his window. They condemned him. They wrote all types of things about him. It wasn't until the Revolutionary War in the United States that George Washington actually decided, okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this African juju thing, right? And it ends up that the reason that the Americans won the war wasn't because they were fighting better or they had better weapons. Just in that time, if you were fighting a war, most people are going to pass away from diseases. And now they had this thing that kept their troops alive. And then after George Washington did the thing, it now became commonplace for everybody, just understood it. That comes from that African understanding of how to deal with problems and the problems in the world. You take control, you renegotiate the relationship, and you move forward, respecting each other's boundaries and so forth.
My brother, we're totally out of time, but I want to give you 30 seconds just to help us to understand all that you've said here, but the importance of returning to the source when we talk about African indigenous knowledge systems.
Absolutely. Returning to the source is returning to your power. Returning to the source is returning to your power. I can't say this enough. There's a lot of our personal power and essence that we're leaving on the table because for one reason or another, either fear, either stigma or whatever, right? But I speak to thousands of people over the past. I've spoken to thousands of people, and it's very clear that the ancestors are calling us back on all levels. They are calling us back. They're saying, look into yourself and then come back into the world, right? And so that particular mission, right, is another one of those generational missions that I've noticed has been arising. What I'm trying to do is make that as easy as possible for those who are interested and those who are ready to take up that calling. But many, even those listening right now, I know people reach out to me and say, I've been having this dream and so on and so on and so forth. All of that stuff is real. All of that stuff is valid. Right? We are not going to survive, not even as a people, but as individuals, if we continue to leave our essence and our power on the table. This is who we have always been. This is who we always will be if we are to be.
Wow, as usual, my brother. I couldn't even show you that I was getting goose pimples right through the stuff. But thank you so much. I'm going to invite you back because you know how it is. When you come one time, you're going to have to return and return.
I'd be honored.
Yeah, I'm really, really, once again, just blown away by what you've said. You've tapped into that part of us, which is, I think it really is our spirit. We know it's our spirit because we have that connection. And I'm looking at my phone and I'm looking at the messages coming in all across the different social media platforms. And it's phenomenal what people are saying. Thank you so much. Please come back, as you just said that. And so I'll talk to you and we'll arrange the best date.
Yes, sir.
My brother is going to be back. So it's Derek Duro Ofodi Rinwa. Thank you so much, my brother. As usual, every time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. Peter, I'm sure you enjoyed that conversation. That was quite something, wasn't it? 29 minutes after 8 o'clock. Listen up. Top draw dollars, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4. Hot pick and cash pot early bird draws coming up in just a few seconds. So we're standing by for that, coming up at 8:30. Time on Irie FM now 8:30, and we're standing by for the Supreme Ventures draw. As usual, they're just a little bit late, but we're hanging on for that. Still to come in the program, I'm going to be talking to another very special guest because there's some interesting things happening in Jamaica in the ocean, in the bottom of the sea, the ocean floor, regarding
Welcome to the official live drawing of the Supreme Ventures Lottery Games. This could be your lucky day. Get your tickets out and let the games begin.
Good morning. It's Sunday, May 17, 2026. I'm Renessa, and welcome to the Supreme Ventures Early Bird Game Draw. Now, before we begin, here's a quick look at last night's winning numbers. Do remember that all live draws are supervised by the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission and observed by the independent auditing firm PwC. Now, let's put some money in your top draw. This morning's jackpot is $200,000. So here are the winning top draw numbers. And first down for top draw this morning, that is 17. 17 is followed by ball 19, and coming down, what's it gonna be? Lucky number 4. Following 4, we have number 6. And for $200,000, you're gonna need lucky number 3. And now, let's pick your play with or dollars game. I hope you're feeling lucky because the winning numbers are coming right up. And we kick this morning's dollars game off with ball 24. 29 follows, and get those tickets out because a solid number 30 is next. After 30, here comes ball number 5. And coming down slowly but surely is ball 35. Taking us up to the halfway mark is none other than ball 31. And right behind 31 is 15. Following 15, 34. And 36 is next. Next in line, that's ball 23. Following 23 is lucky number 7. And we wrap this morning's dollars game up with number 3. And now for some easy winnings with our Pick 2 game. So get those tickets out and let's play. The first Pick 2 number is 19. And the second Pick 2 number, here it comes, is 16. So once again, the winning Pick 2 numbers are 19 and 16. Up next, you can play it 3 ways, of course, and that's our Pick 3 game. And now here we go. The first Pick 3 number is 5. And the second Pick 3 number, 7. And the third Pick 3 number this morning, here it comes, is 6. So once again, the winning Pick 3 numbers are 5, 7, and 6. And now let's turn up your winnings with Pick 4. Now here we go. The first Pick 4 number making its way up is 2. And the second Pick 4 number, here it comes, that's 3. And the third Pick 4 number is another 3. The fourth and final Pick 4 number is 8. So once again, the winning Pick 4 numbers are 2, 3, 3, and lucky number 8. And of course, it's easy for wins, so let's heat things up with Hot Pick. And the winning Hot Pick number is 14. So congratulations to all our Hot Pick winners. Again, the winning number is 14. And now you live to play it, but can you win it? Get ready to be a big cashpot winner, and let's see what the winning cashpot number will be. And the early bird winning cashpot number is 22, and the lucky mark is White Woman. Now let's mega those winnings, and good luck. Round and round they go. What's it gonna be this morning? The balls are bubbling. Will it be a white or a mega ball? And a mega ball has been selected. Now it's time for the monster winning. So good luck once more. And keep those tickets out because the balls are bubbling right up. And a monster ball has been selected. So now let's take a look at the early bird winning numbers. And congratulations to everyone who won. Join us again at 10:30 a.m. for more games you love to play. I'm Renessa. Have a supreme morning.
Hope you were a big winner. Play your favorite Supreme Ventures games every day and tune in for our live draw 6 times a day at 8:30 a.m., 10:30 a.m., 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m., and 8:25 p.m. on this station. Supreme Ventures, making winners every day.
All right, that was the early bird top draw. Dollars, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4. hot pick and cash pot draws. Congratulations to all of today's winners. Join us again at 10:30 a.m. for another chance to win. In top draw dollars, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4, hot pick and cash pot draws.
When I need to order concrete for my big or small jobs, I order only solid concrete. Yes, solid concrete mix for my money. The time by Solid Concrete Mix is
now 8:35.
Highway travelers, top up your T-Tag at Bill Express today. Now you can top up your T-Tag at hundreds of Bill Express locations across Jamaica. Simply tell your cashier your 16-digit account number and the value of the top-up. Your account will be updated in minutes. Never worry about your T-Tag total again. Save time, save money, get rewards with T-Tag and Bill Express. Top up your T-Tag with Bill Express today. Only Bill Express gives you so many ways to pay. Bill Express, a proud member of the Grace Kennedy Financial Group.
Soul Food Tuesday, 5th anniversary Suit and Dress Affair, Tuesday, May 26th at Hyde Park Football Field, Mall Road, Kingstown 11. Admission $2,000. Music by Al Pacino, Little Richie, Peter Les, DJ Ray, Bad Boy Chacha, and Sound Government. Hosted by Janet Mann. Gate price $500,000. Best dressed couple $500 US. That's Soul Food Tuesdays, Tuesday, May 26th. Must be 18 or older to drink. Drink responsibly. ID required. This is a national sales event for Jamaica.
Jamaica and the world. The best of the best concert. Miami Memorial Weekend. Sunday, May the 24th. Performing live. Sizzla. Where do you go? Down to need my Caperton.
Chacha City, Chacha.
Minimum. I'm drinking 450. Critical. Tyrus Riley. Tiffa.
And just added Skag, Vanessa Blake, Craft, Chanel Muir.
Sunday, May the 24th. Inside Museum Park. Downtown Miami. Gates open 2 p.m. sharp. Log on to bestofthebestconcert.com.
Jesus make me smile again. National Labor Day Gospel Concert,
Emancipation Park, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m.
Come see John Mark Wigan,
Prodigal Son,
Jabez,
Sebastian Braham, and many more. Live gospel music at its most exciting in Emancipation Park, Labor Day, Monday, May 25, 7 p.m. When the work done, come give thanks and praise.
It's free.
You're the only one.
Informative. Change. The time is now and the place is here.
All right, we're back with you inside of the Africa Forum. This is Running Africa, and thank you so much for joining us on the forum this morning. However you're listening to us, if you're on the 107, thank you. On the internet at IREFM.net, on Flow Channel 822, on Digiplay, or on YouTube, Facebook, IG, we are everywhere. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Going to go to a very special guest in a minute. Just to tell you quickly that something we've been talking about in this space for a very, very long time, and warning about too. Now we see a report coming out from the, I think this is from the United Nations. We don't like to quote the United Nations in this space, but anyway, we're doing that this morning. They said the world has moved beyond a water crisis and moved into a state of global water bankruptcy. And this is a flagship UN report. It's been out for a while. Now they're using the word bankruptcy, and this is why I wanted to foreground this again, because we've been talking about water security, water crisis, and the importance of taking care of our water sources. They've gone a step further to talk about bankruptcy, and it's a global water bankruptcy. So we're going to revisit that another time. It's very important for us to continue to have these conversations, but also to hold government responsible as they continue to sell off, trade off, and give away our water sources, whether it is salt water or seawater. So it is access to the rivers that we're losing. We've lost access to most of the rivers in St. Anne. They're all private. We cannot visit none of them, whether it is Blue Hole or any other hole. And we have lost access to most of the Roaring River, which is a watershed area where they're building, what they're building there now, Chinatown, they called it. That's what they said they were building, Chinatown. So, and the buildings have gone up. They've already changed the course of the Roaring River. And this is crazy madness. So many of the rivers we have lost access to. I'm going to come back to this again. We're not leaving it. Fight for your rivers. Fight for your water sources. Fight for access to the beaches. Anyway, let me go to my next special guest. So in this segment of the program, I think you might have been hearing our very special guests in other media and also here in Irie FM, at least what they are doing. Dr. Dexter Dean Cahoon and Marco Baretti. Mr. Cahoon and Mr. Baretti are involved in something that is brilliant, and we're going to pay some attention to this now. So let me tell you about them first. Dr. Dexter Dean Cahoon is a marine biologist and coral reef ecologist. His work focuses on coral restoration, marine conservation, and ecosystem resilience in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. He currently serves as research program manager at the Alligator Head Foundation, where he leads and supports research and restoration initiatives addressing coral reef degradation, fisheries, sustainability, and climate resilience. There's much more to him. Most recently, he has been leading the Coral Sonic Resilience Project at the AHF, an acoustic enrichment initiative exploring healthy reef soundscape and how they may help attract marine life and support ecological recovery on degraded reefs. He'll tell us all about this. Marco Baretti is a media artist, and after music studies at the Siena Jazz Academy, he began merging sound with visual art. His work is driven by a desire to invent an artistic language in which a fictional post-futurist era is expressed through the kinetic sound interventions in natural and urban environments. And his installations merge audio technology, this is very important, so we're telling you about it, consumer objects, waste and natural materials into moving sculptures triggered entirely by sound. The primary focus of his work is to create a tech ecosystem that plays with resemblances to animals and plants, and these artworks serve as a metaphor for the anthropogenic impact on the planet and aim to make people aware of environmental and social issues. Gentlemen, you have me talking 3-syllable words all morning. Thank you so much. But listen, it's quite okay because we are now talking about, what's the word we're using again? Thucydides. We're all saying Thucydides, which we never did know up to yesterday. So welcome. Thank you so much, both. Thank you for joining us, Marco. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Cahoon, Dr. Dexter Cahoon.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right, Marco, I'm gonna start with you because sound.
Yeah.
Right. I read something just now. For those of us who do not understand it at all, it sounds like a word salad. It makes a lot of sense to me because I've been following your work. But so tell us about that work you do with sound, because this is pretty relevant to the conversation we're going to be having here.
Yeah, so sound has always been the core of my work. So I started as a musician, and then I became a sound artist, and then media artist. And right now I'm a sort of a artist and researcher. So I collaborate closely with scientists. And in every work, I try to bring critical topics to the audience in a more tangible, sensitive, and poetical form. And sound is where everything starts, right? And this is where we come to Coral Sonic Resilience, the project which I'm collaborating with Dr. Dexter and the Alligator Head Foundation and TBA 21. So in a nutshell, right, then I give the word to Dexter so he can talk about more the scientific part. What we do, we record the soundscapes of healthy reefs and we play those sounds into degraded colonies. And this technique is called acoustic enrichment and is scientifically proven that fish and other marine organisms are coming back to the degraded colonies attracted by the sound, right?
All right.
This is not science fiction. This is life, and it's happening for real.
So go to Dr. Dexter. What is the current situation with coral reefs across Jamaica? Because this is an intervention, is it not?
Yes, it's definitely an intervention, and it's not an intervention in isolation. It's something we're doing in collaboration with other efforts that we have going on. But in regards to your first question, the current status of coral reefs, not just in Jamaica, in the wider Caribbean and everywhere that coral reefs exist,
the situation is dire. It's bad. The reefs have been dying, especially in recent times, just the past 10 years or so, or even just from 2023, we've had various diseases, outbreaks, and most of it is because of the warming oceans that we're currently facing today. It's not just a place getting hotter. I heard you mention the water bankruptcy situation earlier. It's a real thing, not just in the freshwater environment, but marine ecosystem as well. Right. So efforts like these that we're doing with Marco is one part of a bigger solution. It's not an end-all, fix-all, as I say. Some people may have misinterpreted. It's something that we're actually doing in collaboration with other projects. So the aim is to help accelerate the restoration efforts.
All right, before we go into that, so a little bit more about the coral reefs. You're saying the cause, as far as from your scientific research, it has to do with the warming oceans. And that's a singular cause, or are other factors involved why we're losing the coral reef at the rate at which we're losing them?
Well, there are other factors, but the warming oceans are coming from climate change, and climate change is a multitude of factors. It's things like greenhouse gas emissions, all the fossil fuels that we're burning. So they all contribute to climate change. One factor of climate change is the warming oceans. So it's not really a singular factor per se, but apart from the warming oceans, coral reefs also dealing with other stresses, things such as pollution, solid waste pollution, as well as nutrient pollution, things such as the heavy storms. You realize that, that's attributed to climate change as well. But I don't know if you realize that the storm frequencies that we're having from the other day, we're getting more storms and more intense storms. So coral reefs can't really deal with a lot of that. Yes, they're our first line of defense, but they're not made to deal with all those stresses, especially all at once.
Hold for me, let me just take a quick break.
Get more miles with Ruby's Ultratech. Fuel the difference for peak performance and maximum savings. Drive more and save more. The time by Ruby's Ultratech is
now 8:47, and we're talking about sounds of a sea. Can underwater speakers save the world's dying coral reefs? But we're hearing from Dr. Dexter Cahoon that obviously the warming of the oceans causing the depletion of the coral reefs. What's the importance of coral reefs?
Right, so as I mentioned earlier, they're our first line of defense. So in terms of coastal protection, they provide the services that we oftentimes spend millions of dollars to build, to engineer ourselves. So things like breakwaters and groins, coral reef provides that exact services by breaking waves before they get to shore. Apart from that, there are habitats for most of the marine organisms that we consume today, reef fish, not just fish, crustaceans, such as crabs, echinoderms such as snails, and sea urchins. So they're a home for all of these organisms. So once we start to lose the reefs, we start to lose these organisms that are associated with them.
And once you lose these organisms, what are the consequences?
We're going to eat. Food. You're talking about food security. You're talking about tourism. Reefs also contribute to the beaches that we benefit from tourism off. Not just directly, but indirectly. So reefs contribute directly by when they break down over the years, their exoskeleton is what it makes up sand. And apart from that, a lot of the organisms associated with reefs are also calcareous as well, meaning that they have the same calcium carbonate, either exoskeleton or somewhere inside them that when it breaks down, it contributes to sand on our beaches.
How serious?
So if we look,
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just about to wrap up by saying if we lose the reefs, we're not just losing something aesthetically pleasing, something nice to look at. We're actually losing something functional, something that serves a lot of ecosystems.
How dire is the situation?
Well, it's pretty bad, to tell you the truth. We've moved from about 15% coral cover since 2023 to under 6% now, most of around the island. And coming from like the 50s and the 60s, our coral cover was more like in the 80% and upwards. So just in the last 10 years, as I mentioned, or so, the situation has been really bad, very, very bad.
and some of the, how are you dealing with it so far? Because we're going to go now to the underwater speakers. And what else is happening to save the coral reef? A few of what you're doing. A bit of what.
Okay, so most of our efforts have been asexual, meaning that we've just been cloning existing corals, meaning breaking off a piece, growing them out until they get to a specific size, and then outplanting them in areas where they would have degraded. Mm-hmm. The problem with that is all of those clones are from the same parent. So if one disease affects one, it will affect all. And apart from that, as I mentioned, the situation is so dire that it's kind of counterproductive to be extracting coral from limited stocks, to be growing it out, to be putting it back, if you understand what I'm getting at. So we've kind of shifted our focus to sexual reproduction, meaning that we're breeding corals now. So corals are animals, so they reproduce by a method called mass spawning, meaning they release their gametes, the egg and the sperm in the water at specific times of the year. And our job now is to collect those egg and sperm, because with the current numbers that we're having now, those egg and sperm won't meet with other colonies and get fertilized and form new babies. So we actually have to collect those. Well, the first step of this is to predict when they will spawn, and then we'll have to collect those egg and sperms, bring them back to the lab, fertilize them, and then we release them back onto the reef. So we also grow some in the lab, so we can observe the growth process and their preferences, things like that.
So intense work going on, and then here is an innovative method that Marco has brought in. Marco, where did this idea come from initially? How did you come to think that this was even a possibility?
So I found out about the research of Professor Lamont from Lancaster University. And actually, he was one of the pioneers of acoustic enrichment. He proved that this technique works in the Great Barrier Reef over a research of 40 days. And so inspired by this research, I, let's say, translated the scientific facts into an artwork and built an interdisciplinary project around it, where I now share, knowledge and actual forces with scientists, architects, engineers. So we are not just divers, and we are not just installing loudspeakers. So what we do, we create actually artificial ecosystems so that the fishes and the microorganisms which are coming back attracted by the sounds, they're actually finding a new home, right? They find structures where they can shelter, they can settle, and they can grow on. And they find artificial structures with coral fragments attached on it. In this case, what we use in Jamaica is Acropora palmata, one of the key species in Jamaica and one of the most endangered. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dexter. And so what we do, we basically recreate an ecosystem for the fishes and the organisms which are coming back attracted by the sound. The idea was first implemented in the Maldives, together with the University of Padua, where we build prototypes and we launched the first research project. And then I met the TVA 21 and Ocean Space that offered me to do a residency in Jamaica in collaboration with the Alligator Ed Foundation. And basically during this residency, we are actually developing the new generation of coral sonic resilience. So this new innovative technology, let's call it that way. And all of this, the whole effort of the artists and the Alligator Ed Foundation and TBA 21 will then be brought to Venice next year in 2027 for the Venice Biennale of Architecture, and it will transform into an art show, basically, where we will use to create awareness not only about the technique, but mainly about the situation of the corals in the Caribbean and around the world.
What's the success rate where it's already been done, and what are we seeing already in Jamaica in terms of, can you gauge what it's going to look like, or what is this looking like right now in terms of success?
So in terms of, you want to take this, Dexter?
Well, in terms of in Jamaica, we're still collecting data, so we're still in the data collection phase. So not much to share in terms of data-wise. But we're really hopeful. I think in the Maldives, after 3 weeks, there was something like a 400% increase in fish alone.
Yeah.
So we're really hopeful to replicate some of those numbers over here.
So we are still analyzing all the data. So the Antonio Beggiato, which is is basically the coordinator, the scientific coordinator of the project that started in the Maldives, right? Is analyzing all the data that we collected in Feridu Island, and hopefully a paper will be published by the end of the year. And then we can follow up with the data that we will collect in Jamaica, and then having a new publication. What is new here is that the effort of the Alligator Foundation, as Dexter said, is much stronger than what we had in the Maldives, because they have many more technologies that they are using actually to restore the reef. So there is a much bigger effort. And we have the infrastructure to leave the project in the water for a longer time. So for the first time, we'll be able to see how the project is working on a long-term installation, basically.
Yeah, in terms of from our end, once those results look positive, as I mentioned, we plan to integrate them into our current restoration program. So we have areas that we go and routinely remove macroalgae, because too much macroalgae tends to compete with coral and smother them. We also have areas that we outplant coral in. So we're hoping, if Marcos technologies work, we're hoping we could integrate that into some of these areas to accelerate some of those efforts that we have going on.
What are the drawbacks, if any, of building in the sea? Does it affect, environmentally speaking, or otherwise, a foreshore area? I mean, how safe is this in terms of when you balance things out? Is it worth it?
You mean building in the sea in general, or something with the kind of project footprint as ours?
Yeah, the project
footprint. Because in our case, we use only natural materials. Marco didn't mention yet, but the sculptures are made from ceramic and calcium carbonate. The same material I mentioned earlier, that is actually naturally occurring in coral. And that was intentional. We wanted to limit our footprint as much as possible. In the Maldives, for example, as well, I think they drill directly into the reef. In our case, we opted to put these sculptures on a concrete base, just to kind of minimize the impact as well. So we're doing it sustainably.
Okay.
Or as sustainably as we can, with the environment in mind, for sure.
Brilliant. Because we have a situation where we're having overwater bungalows being built in the sea now.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Right. I was going there, but I had to ask two questions because I don't want nobody call me after this. So listen, it's a great answer. But the point is, does that, because you talk about how the coral reef the reefs are being damaged and destroyed, and how serious the dire consequences of that, but to what extent does building like the overwater bungalows destroy the coral reefs themselves? Isn't that part and parcel of the problem too?
Yes. So the assumption would be that they're not building in reef areas.
What kind of assumption are you making, Dr. Dexter? How you come to that assumption, sir?
Because I'm assuming an environmental impact assessment would have been done, and if any coral species
Dr. Dexter, I'm raising
observed,
my hand, so I'm in your class now. I'm in your class, sir. I'm raising my hand because I need to find out from you. Because I know you're a marine biologist, you're a researcher, and you're making an assumption that the environmental impact assessment would have been done, but I think if it's been done.
Yeah, in reality, yes, sometimes it's done, and the recommendations or the ideal recommendations are often ignored. But in terms of the actual damages that things like that can cause, developments like that can cause to the marine environment. If you're building on corals, you're literally going to be destroying them, or you're going to be smothering them. The sedimentation from the building might smother them. might smother them. And even if you don't smother them, even if you manage to build around them and they survive, there's this, the shading that the bungalows will cause will interrupt their daily life. For example, corals need light, corals need nutrients. The reason that they're normally at a particular depth, they exist at a particular depth, is to access the light that they need for growth, for reproduction, etc. So when they start to build these structures and they start to shade some of these areas, you start to interrupt the normal reproductive cycle and growth cycles, etc.
How does that impact? How does that impact your work, Marco? Or how does that impact your work? Is it counterproductive?
I didn't get the question. What?
How does what we just heard described by Dr. Cahoon in terms of building in the sea, especially if you're building in areas where there are corals, and how that damages the coral, and even the shade and so on. The work that you're doing is really to regrow and to get coral, repair, if you will, the coral reefs. And I'm saying, how does this impact your work generally?
Well, it's again, like as Dexter said, like this. Let's say, I don't know if it's illegal, the right word, or if it's unresponsible, the right word to use actually. But like this is not only destroying the ecosystem itself on the first place, but it's also moving lots of sediments, which is actually affecting other colonies around the spot, right? So as Dexter said, so the corals, they are at a certain depth, right? Because they need to get sunlight. When sediment is moved, right, it goes on top of the corals. They don't get enough light to photosynthesize, and they die. So it's not only local, the effect that this unresponsible infrastructure they have, but they also have an impact on the colonies around, on the neighborhood, right? On the community, right?
Yes. So
and I just wanted to add as well, one of the reasons I was really scratching my head around this one is because we're talking about coral specifically, but a lot of times we do that, we isolate the environments, but the coastal ecosystem is really one environment, and it consists of not just corals, but seagrass as well, and mangroves. So even when you're not affecting corals directly, you definitely, with overwater bungalows, in most cases, you're affecting seagrass. Right? So that's a real issue, especially, right. And they're all interconnected, they all serve each other, and they all need each other.
Can you give me about 5 more minutes? Because I know we're out of time with you, but can you give me a few more minutes? Let me just take a break and come back.
Sure.
Thanks.
We know it's difficult, but don't lose hope. Jamaicans are a strong people with an unbreakable spirit. We will rise again. The time by the office of the Prime Minister is...
Now, 3 minutes after 9 o'clock, you're inside of the Africa Forum. This is Running African, Sounds of a Sea. And for those who are watching, following us online, on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you'd have seen the video running in the background. In the foreground, literally. Sounds of a Sea, can underwater speakers save the world dying coral reefs? We're having a pretty interesting conversation because this is a yeoman's task, it seemed to me. It's a brilliant idea. I have watched a video. I've read, almost everything that's out there to read about it ever since I saw the video a few weeks ago. But if the other stuff that we're talking about, it seems to me as if, so it's a diminishing returns, is it not? Why? Because you're trying to rebuild, you're trying to repair, but there's so much else that's happening that the process of damaging the coral reef is actively ongoing, whether it is overwater bungalow buildings or however else it's being damaged. You talk about the warming, that obviously is a larger issue. But also overfishing. We didn't talk about overfishing, but I know that's also another problem. So the question then is, who do you talk to, and how do you at least cauterize some of what you can deal with, whether it's to stop the overwater bungalow building and public education of fisheries? Who does that? Is that your responsibility, Dr. Cahoon?
Well, yes and no, not in this portfolio, but I'm also a lecturer at Caribbean Maritime University. So yes, education, I believe, is the biggest thing, especially the upcoming younger generation. We need to make them as aware as we can about the ecosystems, the services that they provide, the threats that they're under, and the importance of trying to preserve them. So education is definitely a big part of the issue. Apart from that, I would say legislation, tougher environmental laws in cases.
We don't have enough time. I'm so sorry. I'm going to invite you to come back because I think we have to have this conversation, you know. The overwater bungalow, the buildings, I mean, these are going up. Whether it is NEPA that's granting license or UDC or the Office of the Prime Minister who sponsored the 9 o'clock time signal in the program. But so there is a problem. There's obviously a problem. We just heard it from you, the scientists. We heard it from the artists. And I think that is something that we have to deal with. But I do have to wrap, and I'll invite you both to come back. I saw the video, and I thought this was brilliant work. We've been having so many conversations in this space about coral reef. Overfishing is what we focused on in the last few conversations we had. So, Mario, what are you looking at in terms of time for... I know you're going to be doing your comparative studies and so on, but where the Jamaican waters are concerned, how much longer and what are your expectations? How optimistic are you?
So how much longer? It depends a lot on the alligator head and mainly on the life of the equipment that we installed. So hopefully, you know, we can keep it on for a couple of more months. So that would be really good, actually. And I really hope that the results will be close to what we had in the Maldives. I'm not sure it's 400% is going to be the result because I personally saw much more fish in the Maldives than in Jamaica. Oh. So already when we installed it's a different ecosystem. It's a different. Dexter can explain more. So, but we will have to define in which key species actually we will focus on the data collection. And I'm sure that Dexter and the team, they will do a great job, like to find out how to analyze the data in the best way. Not like copying what we did in the Maldives because it's a different ecosystem anyway. So we cannot really answer many questions now. We need to sit and wait. No, this is what science is about in many cases somehow. Yes. So, but what I believe on and what I strongly I'm for, and you know, and I dedicate my life on, it's in these collaborations, right, where artists and scientists get together into this cosmological relationship. Brilliant. And build like incredible projects like this that can actually not only have a positive impact on the ecosystem, but I hope, but also what Dexter said about the education, that can actually inspire other people and new generations to actually take care more of our oceans, so that not to copy what my generation did or the one before me, you know, but somehow to bring a new level of respect for the more than human communities and a new understanding of coexistence for the future of humanity and the planet.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Cahoon, Mario Barotti. Please come back because, you know, there's so much happening in our oceans. Right now, we find oil. They say we found oil. And they're talking about underwater drilling for all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, the long-term projection, if nothing changes here, then... what happens down at the end of it? I'm very optimistic when I saw this, as I said before, but I think there's some other stuff that we have to do. However, media can help and this space can help. I am very willing to do so. Thank you so much, both.
Thank you very much.
And thanks again for having us.
And we look forward to you coming back.
All right,
Yes.
we will.
By the way, just before you go, if we go diving, we can find you? I mean, we can find what's happening down there?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Where do we dive? Or don't go there?
We're in East Portland.
Oh, East Portland.
Right next to the Trident Hotel.
Oh, you're in my
a bay
favorite.
called, Oyster Bay.
You're in my favorite parish, my favorite place, my favorite spot. I'm coming. I'll be there.
All right, we're looking out for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You too. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. See you soon.
Yes, see you soon. I recognize his accent. That's Italian. All right. So it's 10 minutes after 9 o'clock. This is we're gonna have to have this conversation, Peter, because I mean this work is really such good work. I mean this is brilliant, but there's just so much happening otherwise that I don't know. Anyway, I want to say happy birthday to some people. Can I? May I sing happy birthday? My sister in Tunisia. Which camera do I look in? Okay, to my sister in Tunisia, Elaine Williams Bilson, who is having her birthday today. Happy birthday, my darling sister. I know that the day is far gone, but I spoke to you early this morning at 2 o'clock, just after 2 o'clock. That's how long I've been up, even before that. So have a great one. Continue to have a lovely birthday, a splendiferous and a fantabulous solar return. You're such a great sister. This is my biggest sister, and she is such a great sister to me. I don't know how I could survive if I didn't have my sister, Elaine. So thank you so much, Elaine. We're coming from far. I know she lives in Africa, and here I am. She's living in Tunisia, and here I am. All right, have a great one. From all of us here in Jamaica, have a great one. Also to my niece Stephanie, who had hers yesterday, Stephanie Hamilton, who's at the Houses of Parliament. Hey, Stephanie, I know you had a great one. We spoke yesterday. Happy belated again, and happy birthday. And also to my sister, Hilary, who's in the UK, who's having hers tomorrow. I had to do this, because, you see, my birthday was on Monday. And so it pretty well lined up in the family. And to my cousin Andrea, who is in Bermuda. Andrea, have a great one, right, when it comes up. Yours coming up next week also. All of you who are born May, happy solar return, happy birthday, and have a splendiferous one. Hey, which month you born, Peter? Yeah, a good people are February born, But you know how it is. They say all who are born in May skip around. I have to say to Dermot Morris, Mutty, to Ian Forrest, because you see what I'm going here, so now? Dermot Morris, Ian Forrest, Noel Pottinger, because some of them born on Malcolm X's birthday and some of them birthday gone already. To Big A, who was the second. Who did I leave out? Yes, there's somebody that I leave out that is very important in the same May year. Oh, Dr. Paul Ivy, right? And Rosie Murray. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Let me take a break and listen. I'm not going to do this anymore. Dr. Damian Crawford, I hope you're born May, because we're running a little bit late with you. So if you're born May, we're good. If you're not born May, it's up it's February you're born. All right, we'll take a quick break.
Are you looking for quality eggs for your household or business at a reasonable price? Then visit Best Fresh Eggs at York Bushmount, Caris and James, or call them at 876-217-5191. Delivery service available.
I won't let you go till you bless me.
It's a call to worship. National Workers' Week and Labor Day Church Service. Sunday, May 17, 10 a.m. St. John's Methodist Church, 2 Duke Street, Montego Bay. Let's come together to lift up the workers of Jamaica in prayer.
Let you go till you bless me. and that me want in my community.
The nation's #1 radio station, Irie FM, remains committed to community development across Jamaica. Join us this and every Monday at 6:30 p.m. right after sports for the community-based program Community. Community seeks to highlight the positives as well as struggles in our communities around the island. Join me, Roger Haspel, as I speak with stakeholders including residents, community leaders, social workers, among others, and get a front row presence about the particular community taking the spotlight this week. You can be a part of Irie FM's Community. Call us at 876-974-5051 or email roger@iriefm.net and request your community to be featured. That's Community. This and every Monday, right after sports, in live at 5:45 on the People Station, Irie FM.
Builders, tilers, homeowners, it's here. Micro Milling Thin Set. Available at Tiles R Us, Junction, St. Elizabeth. Micro Milling Thin Set gives you high performance bond for wall and floor tiles, including porcelain tiles, specially formulated for warm weather conditions. Micro Milling Thin Set bonds stronger and is easy to use. Guaranteed high quality, affordability.
Micro Milling Thin Set.
Available at Tiles R Us, Ballards Valley, Junction, St. Elizabeth.
Stronger!
All right. We're back with you inside of the Africa Forum at 16 minutes after 9 o'clock. And our next very special guest, we're going to apologize to him because he's been here since 9 o'clock. He's joining us on the phone lines now. Damien Crawford, educator, entrepreneur, and outspoken equal access advocate, spokesman on education and early childhood development here in Jamaica, member of parliament representing Northwest St. Catherine, and former Minister of State for Tourism and Entertainment. Damien, my brother, Damien Crawford, thank you so much for joining us. I'm not seeing Damien, so I'm not quite sure if he's in. Let me know. Oh, Damien, I'm not hearing you and I'm not seeing you. Turn the camera on if you can. If not, turn your microphone on because I have you logged in. All right, so I'm not seeing Damien Crawford. And what we're going to talk to Damien about, as soon as you can, Damien.
Are you hearing me?
Oh, yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear. So you're not going to allow us to see your handsome face this morning?
I am not as prepared, but I will log in.
There you look at you. welcome. Akwaba.
Thank you.
You're looking good, man. You ready for the mood?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us inside of the Africa Forum. I see we're going to talk about something pretty serious, actually. Mm-hmm. But you know how it goes. We already have you, and we're hearing some stuff that I wonder if you'll give us a quick comment on. If you don't want to, then we'll allow it to pass. But two things. One, we're hearing there is a story out, I don't know if you've heard it, regarding the hurricane relief funds and the extent to which only a little bit under 2% have been used. And then there's another story regarding childcare management in Jamaica, and that majority of the monies are going into paying salaries. Have you heard those two reports?
Yes. I have heard those two reports with great concern. The first one, I think, just represents a lack of care, a lack of desire, because when it came to spending monies through NARA to do whatever they wanted to do, from an economic activity standpoint, they were adamant in getting it passed. But when it came to assisting people in just survival, 2% would indicate they were not committed to getting it done. We should accept that within emergencies, you have emergency rules that clears the path from even requesting bids or anything. When you have emergency rules, you can spend freely. And even with those rules, it wasn't spent. And it brings to fore what would have happened had the people, the citizens, not taken it up at themselves. And were the citizens acting out of a lack of trust for the government to know that it was almost their duty to stand for their other citizens, not expecting great returns from the government. So So that is disheartening to have seen. And we're not talking about 30% or 35 or 45%. Even if it was 60%, there would have been reasons for concern. You're talking about only 2% 6 months in. That is unfortunate and unfair to the people who gave and the people who needed to receive.
Do you know why? Do you know what happened?
No, they suggest that the procurement rules, and as I indicated, by rule, procurement is disbanded once there is the emergency. Under emergency procurement rules is single source. You go to who have it and you buy it. So that is really a simple excuse. If you remember an interview I had in the parliament when I asked the ADPEM about how many people received, and they were unaware of how many people received water. They were unaware of how much water was distributed. When the calculation was done, 1/5 of the people who needed food were receiving it. So it seems to me that there was a lack of desire for serious intervention, and that lack of desire never fueled motivation to do it, to do it by whatever means necessary. They also would have ignored the natural functionaries within the society because they wanted to be heroes in and of themselves as government. The national functionaries within a society, the church, the principals, the members of parliament, the councillors, they are the automatic outreach within the society, not centralized government. And they insisted on not utilizing those forces. So therefore, whether for, I don't know if it's a lack of trust, but why would the church within these communities not have been engaged to be centers of distribution for food and stuff like that? Why? And you will hear soon that a lot of food that came into the wharf has stayed on the wharf and rotted.
Well, I've already heard that. As a matter of fact, I know people who are in that position or who have sent food, sent stuff. And I just had DJ Amber on. It literally is here just asking people to help her to clear some barrels with food. You know, I find it interesting because journalism did what it had to do, right? We did, in this space, for example, we had many conversations with mayors and councillors and leaders in communities talking about how centralized the thing was becoming and that they weren't hearing from central government at the same time. Yeah. But, and that their people were coming to them, but they had no access. So we scaled that up as far as we could possibly go when we were interviewing persons who had the authority to make the possible change. So this is recklessness. It is very sad. I take it personal because there's so many. I went to Westmoreland for the Peter Tosh event and went back there again just a few weeks ago. And I am still shocked at the amount of houses that are just gone. And I wondered, where are those people? Have they been helped? Who are they? And what is going to happen here? But not just Westmoreland. As far as St. Mary, we have people whose houses are abandoned because the roof gone and them can't put it on back. So this is really bad. On the other thing, Damien, the funding, I don't know how much you know. I'm seeing the headlines as I'm coming into work this morning, and I really haven't had a chance to look properly at the story. Read childcare in Jamaica. I know your portfolio is early childhood development. What do you know? What can you tell us?
Yes, and it goes much further because 80% of the budget for education is also for salaries. So therefore, and we would not have accepted that for security. So there are certain areas of the society that as a society, we have decided to stand up only on our own and not definitely fight for the others who are in need. So with school, for example, and education, if it is that you have a child and you can afford it, you try to go to a prep school if primary schools are poor, and then you try to get into the traditional schools and seek a transfer if our prep result is not sufficient. But we don't lobby as a society for an improvement in education or an improvement in childcare. We almost believe that it is the parents' duty. But I put it to the listeners that the greatest injustice is punishing a person who had no play, no hand in the outcome, and a child satisfies that perfectly. They have no hand in the realities that they're facing. And so when you look at it, the vast majority of these investments are within salaries, and in many cases, not even active salaries, not necessarily persons who are engaged, but persons who are directing and managing and overseeing, and in many cases connected to the political circumstances. So yes, the vast majority of the investment, even in the teenage pregnancy effort to reduce teenage pregnancy, the vast majority of the salaries exist within of the budget exists in salaries. And as I said, in coordinating salaries, not in active engaging salaries.
But this is so this is it. So when we say this, then what?
Well, what they depend on, first of all, and persons like yourself have been playing a role in improving that, is a lack of information. Because a lot of this, I didn't even know that they were at 2%. So therefore, when I look into even myself to say, what was my role? What was my job to make sure it was greater? I could not fathom that my job would have included moving it from 2 to 4%, because I couldn't imagine that to be so. So a lot of the people are unaware of the facts. Recently, I was in Parliament. I indicated that on average, 6,000 young girls have a baby in their teenage years. And that would mean that since we have a 13-year education system, 78,000 children in school are children of children. Now, that a lot of us don't know that fact to become mobilizers against it. This news would have been the first many in the societies getting that information that that the vast majority of childcare spending is in salaries. And if the media or anyone digs further, they realize is in the higher paying jobs, not the counselors and the people interfacing. A lot of people don't know that we lost 10 billion in JUTC over the last 10 years. So because we don't know, it does not cause for collective action. Did you see the article that says 50% of Jamaicans wanted to migrate? 52%?
Yes, I saw that.
Yes. So therefore, we have resigned ourselves not to fight, but to flee. And to that extent, we get away with mismanagement.
But Damien, how serious is this? Because, I mean, fun and joke aside, and I know you haven't been joking since you come on, but this is how we talk as Jamaicans. I mean, this all of what we have said here. These are some heavy-hitting, egregious acts. You know, these are not simple things. All that can be avoided, especially the 1 point something percent, 2% out of how much $1 billion for hurricane relief. So
and this is not money that they allotted, you know. This is money that they received. People give them this money to give out. So people felt that there was a conduit through which they could work to more effectively and efficiently reach the people. And so they worked through an entity like the government. It would have been better if them give Irie FM some money to go distribute.
But that is true. So, I mean, DJ Sunshine and the team been on the road up to just last month. It is, and remember, you know, I spoke to Amber this morning. You're so right. There are individuals, people coming in from abroad who had gone into communities. So we were saying here, and Muta Baruch and myself, we were broadcasting live from Peter Tosh event in Westmoreland. And I pointed out to Muta, because I was driving around for the entire day and then into the night. And so I pointed out to Muta that something is wrong. Something is wrong, because you can't tell me that all these monies are in and the place look like this still. Not the trees, you know, that the houses have not been repaired, that there are no roofs on the houses. And we spent a good 2 hours asking about that. And then we had people coming in saying, I am coming from far. I am coming from here. I'm coming from, and no, we haven't seen anyone, much less we get a roof up. The powers that be, they knew about this. They knew about this.
They know. They are the most informed, because all the things that we are discovering, they would have been aware.
So is there a plan for the money?
Well, I've not heard a plan. I've only heard an excuse.
You mean
I've not heard a
no
plan.
hurricane relief?
Because if you look at a simple thing, as the newspaper reported that over 400 children in St. Elizabeth alone have not returned to school.
Where are they?
They have just given up. Some of them are incapable to afford. Some of them are from the houses that have been destroyed. Some have taken up work as a method of achieving earning and contributing to their families. Now, if schools were being utilized as a center for nutrition and education and healthcare, where once you go, you know you're going to get 2 meals, maybe 3 meals, we'd have gone 60% of this money. Just for our children. If we said, yo, get your children to school, they're going to be fed, they're going to be catered to, they will have clinics on board with doctors to ensure that their psychological and physical things are in place. This is a center for ensuring children are catered to. And the funds were distributed to these schools. It would have encouraged them to go, it would have encouraged the parents to carry them. Some of them don't have bought them uniforms, some of them don't have bought their shoes. All of that would have taken up way more than 2% if it was being satisfied.
I really am taking
this is a simplistic way of taking care of one aspect of the society which is most at risk.
This is for me. I can't even. Let me take a break. I know we want to talk about the legal aspect of things because you have sued the government, so to speak. So let me take a quick break.
This time signal is brought to you by Sandals Resorts, Sustainable Tourism, Stronger Caribbean. The time by Sandals Resorts is
9:30.
Easy Access presents Chillin' and Brunchin'. Let's go to the beach edition. Sunday, May 24, 2026. Starting time 2 p.m. until 8 p.m. Performing Diane. Music by K9 and John Gotti, Jahype, Soulville Entertainment, and me, CJ Johnny Cool. Taking place at Plantation Cove, Prairie Saints, and admission $7,000 pre-sold, $8,000 at the gate. It's a food-inclusive event. Chillin' and Brunchin'. Let's go to the beach.
The summer starts May 17 at Whiteout Premium Beach Party, offshore bikini on grass. Get your tickets online at xtickets.com. In store, Gina's Pharmacy for more. Fairs by Dre Limelight Plaza, Rubis Gas Station, 146.5 Spanish Town Road, Kingston 11. Marquis Car Wash, Red Hills Drive, Dallas Chill Spot, 49 Red Hills Road, Kasumi Spa Club, Shop number 4, Goldfish Complex, 11 South Street, Old Harbour, St. Catherine, Dapper Apparel, Shop number 7, York Plaza in Halfway Tree. Whiteout Premium Beach Party, Don Robin Oval, May 17, sponsored by Zenpo Apparel.
All I need is the Holy Ghost.
It's here once again when St. Michael's Funeral Home presents a grand pre-Labor Day concert Sunday, May 24 at the Old Julius Primary School featuring Junior Chucker,
Show me uno hand, all original bonafide Christian,
George Nuts, Aaron Miller, and Perpetual Praise. Showtime is at 8 o'clock and admission is free. St. Michael's Funeral Home, a state-of-the-art death care facility.
Just remember, I won't let you go till you bless me.
It's a call to worship. National Workers' Week and Labor Day Church Service. Sunday, May 17, 10 a.m. St. John's Methodist Church, 2 Duke Street, Montego Bay. Let's come together to lift up the workers of Jamaica in prayer.
Let you go till you bless me.
The National Water Commission is advising the public that road reinstatement works will be carried out along sections of Monroe Road in St. Andrew from Monday, May 18 to Friday, May 22, 2026. The works are being undertaken to restore areas impacted by pipeline installation under the Wellington Drive, Monroe Road to Seymour Avenue pipeline project. Temporary road closures will be in effect between Old Hope Road and Beverly Drive, as well as between the Monroe Wellington stoplight and the nearby gas station close to the U.S. Embassy. Traffic to and from Wellington Drive will be diverted along Beverly Drive, while single-lane traffic will be maintained between the Beverly Drive and Wellington Drive Monroe Road stoplight to allow for continued access. Motorists are being urged to obey posted signs, proceed with caution, and use alternate routes where possible. The NWC apologizes for any inconvenience caused and thanks
thanks the public for their patience and cooperation. That was an important announcement from the National Water Commission.
Running African, reuniting the African family for development.
All right, we're back with you inside of the Africa Forum. This is Running African. Thank you so much for joining us on the forum this morning. We have on the line educator, entrepreneur, and outspoken equal access advocate. You heard that already since he's been on. Member of Parliament representing Northwest St. Catherine, former Minister of State for Tourism and Entertainment, and a lot to talk about. But Damien, you have taken the government, or you filed a constitutional lawsuit against the Jamaican government. So you take the government to court.
Yes.
That's how we talk around here. So,
yes.
Okay, so put that in perspective for me. Why? And where did this come from?
Well, since I think 1962 or 67, primary education was a right to the Jamaican citizen. In 2011, it was extended downwards to include pre-primary education. The execution of this right has caused for some realities to have been observed. For example, we have over 800 primary schools, almost in walking distance of every community, but we only have 140 secondary schools because secondary school is not a right. Primary school is a right. So since 2011, they have included pre-primary school, which is our basic schools. And they said that that is a right. However, equal facilitation or effort to ensure that the right is delivered have not been implemented. What are the realities that we have? Government institutions called infant school only cater to 20% of those enrolled. However, only 50% of the age cohort 0 to 6 is enrolled. So government caters to 10% of the age cohort. Of the number of schools that exist, 2,430 schools, government only have 400 of those schools. Only 15% are certified by the ECC to have attained the necessary standards to achieve certification. Only 15%. Only 18% of the teachers within our basic schools are trained.
Wow.
And that is at the degree level. The vast majority are hard graduates at the lowest level, level 2. And these persons often don't have a CXC either in their arsenal. So when we looked at all of that, we're spending 0.2% of our GDP on education when it's recommended for us to spend 1% of GDP. So we're spending basically 1/5 of what is necessary on early childhood education. All of that combined indicate that both from an access standpoint, a quality standpoint, we have not been contributing to an instrumental and important part of our education development and by extension our independence attainment. Because an uneducated person is going to find it difficult to be independent. The evidence of the failure carries through the entire gamut of the system. If you look at our tertiary access, we're at 19% of our society have tertiary access. 124,000 persons between 15 and 19 are in the category called NEET, neither in education, employment, nor training. So that is NEET, neither in education, employment, or training. 124,000 persons, 15 to 19, are in none of those activities.
15 to 19.
Only, sorry?
No, I'm just stressing the age, 15 to 19.
Yes, 722,000 Jamaicans are not looking at jobs. That is why we can claim that we have unemployment of 3%, because they are not counted in the calculation of unemployed because they're not seeking a job. They're giving up on the possibility of employment.
Are they self-employed?
No, self-employed is counted as employed. So therefore, a person who works 1 hour and earn 1 hour for the week is counted as employed. 1 hour. So that means that even the persons who you see out at the stoplight wiping glass, they're counted as employed. The man who was on a site for 3 days, he's counted as employed. But the person who have given up on seeking a job, who when you ask them, have you applied for a job in the last month? And they say no, they are removed from the calculus of being unemployed or the employment rate. So over 722,000, that is almost 1 million. So if you take out young people and old people who are either below 14 or over 75, that's the employable population. That means we're about 2 million. Nearly 1 million don't want to participate. They have given up on it. 722,000 have given up on that probability to be within that. Of those who are employed, men, 560,000 of our employed men don't have a qualification or an approved skill. And 327,000 of our women don't have a qualification or an approved skill. And make sure I say approved, because there's some among us who uncle teach to be a mason, but we don't have no certification that we are mason.
These figures, where are they coming from?
These are statin figures.
Statin.
The Statistical Institute of Jamaica, right? You can also find them in the recent fiscal policy paper that was distributed in the parliament. Now, in addition, for those who are enrolled in HEART, 39% will receive a certification. So 137,000 persons were enrolled in HEART in 2024. Only 53,000 received certification. That would include that approximately 80,000 did not achieve certification, despite having been enrolled. And of those who were enrolled, the majority had the most basic certification, level 2. The average over the last 15 years for certification from HEART is 45%. So therefore, they're wasting their time going there almost, if you should look at that. If you look at our CXC passes, of the 35,000 that took CXC in last year, 2025, only 6,000 got 5 subjects. 26,259 were incapable to achieve the 5 subjects, including maths and English. That is 19% received 5 subjects, including math and English. I would highlight, for example, the passes in CXC math. We had 21,000 entered. However, in 2025 is the lowest number of entry, 17,000 in the last 2 decades. So in the last 2 decades is the lowest number of children that we thought fit to enter mathematics in the last 20 years. Only 17,000 were entered out of the 32,000 that were enrolled. This gives us a 24% pass rate of the number of children enrolled for CXC mathematics, a 24% pass rate. So it goes right through the system when a child does not receive an adequate start to enter within the education space.
And this is also,
because
this is also obvious to the naked eye, not the figures, because what you have done is to put into context for us exactly how serious the situation is. Right.
Yes.
So here we go now. The lawsuit then, what does the lawsuit say, and what are you asking? What do you hope to gain?
Okay, so it says that it is a right for every child who is a Jamaican to early childhood pre-primary education in a government institution and government funded. Now, the owners of early child institutions should understand that a government institution is not defined by government's ownership. Because if you look at some of even our high schools, they're owned by the church, etc. But government's funding, contribution. So a government institution would include a board appointed by government because the majority of funding is distributed by government. That's important to note because a per-child subvention basically covering the fees of the children within the private institution would qualify for the constitutional right. Based on the numbers that we have indicated that they're not funding the schools, that they're not providing the spaces, we believe that they have breached the constitutional right. And that they either need to, one, provide the spaces within our primary schools for infant departments, Or two, make a subvention to the schools who are currently facilitating the students so that they can offer quality education, pay for certification, pay teachers, pay their utilities, etc. And so we're asking for the court to determine that it is unconstitutional what the current systematic breach exists, and that the correction should be made in the next 5 years, over the next 5 years, so that we don't hinder the future of our students any further. There was a research done in Jamaica in 1983, over 20 years, and over 40 years, I'm sorry, and it indicated, one, that the child who had adequate early childhood exposure would make over 20% more income in their 20s, and over 48% more income in their lifetime. So they're more likely to have adequate housing, less likely to suffer from malnutrition, less likely to suffer from their children to suffer from illiteracy and lack of education access, and they're more likely to be able to independently access healthcare once they have accessed a legitimate start in early childhood education. I just want to finish for the audience understanding that 80% of our brain function is between 0 and 5 years old, is developed between 0 and 5 years old. And so ignoring that is to the detriment of the individual and the detriment of the society.
And literacy teachers are telling us what the situation is in the schools, especially the non-traditional high schools, when those students are moving from, obviously that situation in basic, moving into primary, and then into high school without being able. What are you seeing? Because I know we've had this conversation before, but what are you seeing when students get to high school? What is the literacy rate of a student in high school?
The current 4th grade literacy rate is 65%. And that is what you call basic literacy. So you can identify words, etc. Because of the school choice system that we have, and I need to explain that because in America, they don't have school choice. You go to the school closest to your yard. So they have zoning. We have school choice. So you pick a school, and if you perform well enough, you go to that school. Because of school choice, there's a concentration of low performers in certain schools. And these are non-traditional schools, but also mostly inner city community schools. Remember, what happens is that you go to the school closest to your home when you don't perform well enough to get a school of your choice. So when you look at the Pembroke Halls, when you look at the Holy Trinities, when you look at the Haile Selassie, what we have allowed Haile Selassie to become from an infrastructure standpoint is a disrespect of the people of Ethiopia to have allowed Haile Selassie, a school bearing the name Haile Selassie, to have been wanting of intervention, even from the most basic infrastructure standpoint. But that I digress. So what we're seeing is a concentration of non-readers, even to the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade levels within these schools, because there's no adequate intervention systems that were in place for them. So once they go to secondary school, they get the secondary curriculum. It don't matter if you are a non-reader, if you are an excellent reader, if you're a fast-track individual, you get the secondary. So there are non-readers in 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade doing 13 subjects because being rounded has been prescribed as the outcome that we want from the secondary education system. And so they leave school and join this workforce with what I've just indicated, that over 800,000 within the workforce don't have a certification of any sort. And that is going to...
Go ahead.
And that is going to be a fundamental problem as the world moves away from muscle labor. So machines is replacing muscle. There was a time that there was a space within the economic spectrum of the society for persons who were able to provide muscle on the farm and the this and the that. Machine have removed the need for muscle. So if you look on a construction site, it's a premix truck. If you look on the road, it's a weed whacker. It's no longer 50 men with a shovel or 20 men with a cutlass. And it continues throughout to where even a cashier is being replaced by AI and all of that. So as machine replace muscle, a knowledge economy, a knowledge individual becomes the only participant, a serious participant in the economic activities of our society. And so therefore, the unindicated percentage in 1980 was less detrimental than the uneducated percentage in 2026.
But Damien, we're building out the tourism industry.
Well, even within the tourism industry, there's a need for skill. There's a current shortage, for example, of bartenders, which is a skill. There's a current misappropriation of payments to waitresses and waiters, which is a skill. There's an outsourcing of maintenance to foreign individuals, because maintaining the electricals, maintaining the lift, elevator, etc., is a skill. There's a cry for importation of workers to build these hotels in tiling and masonry and electrical and plumbing, because it's a skill. So unless they perceive that the renter trade is the only contributor to the tourism industry, the others at front decks and management and all of that are skills to be trained and to be rewarded as skills. Because they don't want to reward them as skills, they therefore don't mind the lack of training and certification, because despite learning on the job, once you're not certified, you're often not rewarded. But when you're certified, you must be rewarded. And I believe it is a clandestine effort to reduce the level of salaries that has caused them to not promote the certification pre-employment, but to put you through the rigors that would have qualified you on the job, then don't pay you as if you're certified.
And obviously the court case is critical. We're standing by to see what happens with that. What's the process? Where are you now?
All right, so we have filed and served. So the government has been served that they're supposed to show up to court on the 23rd, I believe, of June for the first hearing. This is where the government gets to present their answer to the accusations that we have made. So if the government say, no, he's telling a lie, we have more than 20% school, they'll get to present that. Say, no, we have 85% school. He misrepresented the facts. So they'll be able to challenge the facts and the arguments. And then from there, the court will listen to say, okay, based on the two responses, there is a case to be answered or not a case to be answered. And then they will move to the next stage. What the government normally tries to do, since I'm certain of the facts, is to say that I might not have standing to carry it because maybe I'm past the age or whatever. But a father of two myself who are within that early childhood would have negated that opinion. So the often observed approach is to say, even if there's a problem, what is the standing of this individual to indicate that there is a problem?
Yeah, we've come up on that already. So what's the standing? What do you have a standing? You're saying you're a father?
Yes. I'm a father of two, 1 3, 1 year old. But also there's a section 19 of the Constitution which indicate that a national interest, a person can bring it on behalf of others who are being systematically denied. And so, in our opinion, this is not a single denial of a person. Like, for example, John Brown with locks not allowed in school. This is a extensive denial of the majority of individuals because 84% of Jamaicans choose public primary. However, over 80% have to take on private pre-primary. And that indicates to me that the lack of access is the reason for that. So I think that both from my political standpoint as a member of parliament and also the spokesperson on the area of education gives me standing. But personally, my children being at the age gives me standing, we believe.
In the meantime, what? Because this is it's an ongoing situation. It's chronic, right? So the lawsuit is there, but there's the situation you outlined. This has been the status quo for many, many moons. The last time I heard anyone going hard for a change at the early childhood level was Ronnie Thwaites.
Yes.
Right? Outside of you. So that's many moons ago.
Well, right. I must admit, Favour Williams, when she was Minister of Education, also suggested in a newspaper article that the government needed to take over.
Damien, you hear me say anyone going hard? Or you come with Favour? I said...
Oh, hard. No, not hard. Not hard.
You can't just write in a newspaper article as Minister of Education.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry. Hard. Going hard. I'm sorry.
Because
I didn't
it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm beginning and I cannot take the confusion.
Yeah. The hard would have disqualified her, but she did mention intent.
Right. So what? So what? Because I'm talking to the teachers, you know. I'm talking to the teachers every day. I know how bad the situation is. I've interviewed you more than once, and you've outlined this to me also. The situation is critical. This is not a joke business. The situation is critical. The behavior.
It is dire. It is dire. And you see, a child uneducated at the age of 18 becomes a issue, suffers until 80. And so what basis could we have to be okay to place an individual in a position of difficulty for 60 years? Not even murder getting that sentence for 60 years.
I do not understand it. I do not. You understand it? Big is here. And him actually have a head.
Nah, Big, what's up?
Well, let me turn on the microphone because if you want to come on the camera and about the microphone is right here. So I don't know how it's good. See, no, you're not on camera. You're good.
You know.
Boy, I'm there. Fight the good fight, you know.
All the time. and I will love you for that.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
So Big
Thank you.
You know about the lawsuit. Obviously, you would because we've had these conversations off air. But me and you, we've had many conversations about the current situation in schools.
Yes.
Up to, I think, 2 weeks ago, we were having this conversation. And just underscoring this, the intervention that we're seeing is a lawsuit filed by Damian Crawford in the Constitutional Court.
Yes.
And Damian, remind us of just give us a line to describe it, which is to say, is the government breaching its constitutional responsibilities?
The government is breaching the right of each Jamaican to a government institution and government-funded pre-primary education.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so this is to me, this is a similar intervention to what's happening with access to the beach.
I know the situation. I didn't know it was actually filed.
It was filed. And the court case is June. The first hearing.
June 23rd.
Is June 23. So to me, this is like similar to what Jabem has done in terms of if you can't get a response, then take it to the courts and hopefully through the legal channels there will be. But if they do to you what they've been doing to Jabem, you're going to be wrapped up in there for a while.
Yeah, you might be there for a while, but we're filing a writ of urgency because the child graduates within a period of time, a set period of time. So sometimes, like access to the beach can be delayed 5 years and then you still have access. Access to early child education, once you're aged out, you're totally delayed access. So we're filing that for urgency, that the court needs to look at this quickly so that the child at 5 don't graduate, or the child at 4 don't lose the right, or the child at 3. Because if it takes 10 years, you would have indicated 10 birth years of 36,000 Jamaicans to not get the right over time. So that writ of urgency is what we're hoping would cause for it to be pushed to the front of the conversation, which has been proven in many Commonwealth countries like South Africa, that early childhood, because of the phase of 0 to 6, must be treated urgently as versus maybe beach access or housing or other thing like that.
Have we ever had anything like this in Jamaica before? Is this the first?
Well, under the NIDS, when they wanted to impose the NIDS upon the people to indicate that they had to take the NIDS, there was a challenge that was filed, and the court found that imposition was unlawful and unconstitutional, that they could have benefits to taking the NIDS and they could have sacrifices if they didn't take the NIDS.
I meant in education. Right? I meant in education.
Sorry?
I meant in education.
No. Well, in Jamaica, no. But in South Africa, in Kenya, there has been filings, and the court had given the government a period of time to satisfy the solution. So we don't believe it's difficult to satisfy. Over 80% of our primary schools have space because of the lower birth rate over time. My grandmother have 11 children, my mother had 5, my sister have 3, and we call her Breedy. So therefore, the perception of children and childbirth has changed dramatically. And so the schools that were built 30, 40 years ago, 80% of them have space. That space could be transformed into infant departments within those schools. We also believe that a subvention can be made to the current schools that are qualified per child. And a per child subvention would be sufficient to cover the ratio of teacher to student that has been established through the ECC by the government. And that it also will cover the progression to being certified, and the utilities. I think that is a reasonable request of the government. And so what we're asking for is a further $13 billion to be established within the early childhood sector so that it can transform these things. And please remember that 13 billion is a lot to me and you, because we have never seen it. The government have 1.4 trillion. So the government have 1,400 billion and we're asking for 13 billion. Or the government have $1,400 and we're asking for $13. For understanding of the listeners.
Yeah, context. Yeah. Damien, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. We're completely out of time, unless Big A is willing to give us an extra 5 minutes. The time is totally.
You will certainly have it. You have.
I know you wanted to say something.
No. You can take the helm, but you know, when you have a conversation with Damien, it's always enlightening. You know, you always end up learning. So
Thank you.
I don't have 5 minutes of music that can be replaced by the 5 minutes of wisdom that I'm going to get.
Thank you, sir.
My friends are reminding me about all the people who are advertising on my program. I welcome all the ads. Damien, if you have an ad, we take it too. Welcome all
well, I promote that they advertise on the #1 listen station.
Well, you continue to do your good work.
I mean, that have value to them.
Well, you say your chicken farm don't need no advertising.
No, egg short right now. So the buyers are at the door.
Oh, goodness gracious me. I'm getting so much more, so many warnings. All right, thank you so much, Damien, as usual. And I hope that after June 23, either way, you come back and we have another conversation.
All right, I will come and inform you, update you on what the court has found at that point.
Yeah,
all right.
Because my concern, Damien, is going to be after the court, because I am concerned about the performance of the students once they have gotten into the system. The end result, what we see coming out, especially with our boys versus our girls, and you know, we need a closer look as to what is happening within that period between.
I think, Big A, we're looking in the wrong place, because a problem in the school starts with a problem with the children. So if we're looking in the schools, we're looking at the wrong place. We have to see what are the issues facing the children. Now, when you have a set of people who, 42% of the people who stop go to school say them simply not interested, not that they can't afford it or anything. 49% of girls who don't go to school are pregnant, is due to pregnancy. So if you're not stopping those things that are becoming hindrances to knowledge, the attendance rate in Jamaica is 35% below what it should be, meaning them not go to school often. So no matter how you say, oh, you're enrolled, if you're not coming often, then you're not going to learn, because we call it cumulative. Education is cumulative. Yesterday builds on to tomorrow. So if you miss yesterday and you catch tomorrow, it's a problem. I'm a maths teacher. I'm teaching you factorization Tuesday so as to teach you quadratic equation Thursday. You miss Tuesday and come Thursday, you're going to be lost Thursday, because if you don't know to factorize, you're not going to know how to solve the quadratic equation. So until we start to look at the age 0 to 18 and say, what are the issues that they face? What are the problems that are within these things about hunger? 30% of our children arrive at school hungry. How them going to learn?
What about taxi fare? Because I know I'm talking to a teacher this last week, and she's saying to me, listen, do you know that that they're now raising the taxi fares? It's illegal. And in my school, she says you can see it. You go in and the class is shake. I mean, the amount of students that can make it in are like half.
Yes, because it's a cost, and the parent have to absorb that cost.
I want you to respond to this just before you go, even at 3 minutes after 10 o'clock, which is quickly to say, we have a situation now with taxi drivers. I don't know if you know this, but it's something you can probably deal with, which is to say that the taxi drivers are now raising fares, and that's happening here in St. Anne. So I can talk
because
to St.
the
Anne,
cost is increasing due to the gas prices.
But
so the gas prices are increasing.
Yeah, but who
and by
increasing
extension, the cost to the taximen are increasing. And instead of a subvention being given through the government has caused for them to subsidize the traveler. That's an unfair request of the driver. Now, every other business that cost increases, we see the food people are saying we're going to increase the cost of food because cost has increased. Now, why would you not, therefore, offer a subvention to each driver at $5,000 a month to keep the price? Or to say that when they go, them can get a special certificate at the pumps for the government to pay the additional rate. But you're going to ask them to keep the fare. How can your revenue be the same if your expenses have dramatically increased? So the taximen are unlawfully, because the law said the government have to change the fare, but they're the only group within the society that the government keeps their fare regardless of their cost. Right? And then members of the road bad too, so the front end are mash up and the tire are rubbed down. So with the increase in costs, there's two possible actions of government. Offer a subsidy to the driver, therefore making the student be able to still pay the cost, the regular fare, or offer an increase, which is going to be detrimental to the student. I believe the first one is what the government should do, which is to offer a subvention per student. The student give the taxi man a chit. The chit is then carried into transport authority at the end of the month, and he gets a particular cost per child for the children that he carries.
Damien, we're totally out of... Big A, go on. Go ahead, Big A.
No. Listen, if we start this conversation, we are going to be here till 2 o'clock. So I will save it for the other reasons.
Yes, this is good.
I'll come back another day, man. I'll definitely come back another day.
Please come back. Thank you so much, Damien.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thanks to all of our listeners, and thanks to you who have been listening on the.
I have to show you that I've been waiting to eat my breakfast because I've been so in charge myself.
Pobrecito. Have your breakfast. Have your breakfast.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So Big A, I mean, this is something that you've been talking about, you know.
Of course. And based on what the information that he just imparted, is that it has to be now a multi-pronged approach, because here he is now saying that we have to look outside of the school system for the solution, but at the same time he's advocating for a new approach to schools. So both of these approaches have to work together. So it is going to be interesting to hear.
It's going to be interesting.
What he had, how this all works out.
Yes. I suggest that we have a special program, like Irie FM have a special program, for this conversation.
Yeah, man. We need both sides of the
story.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and this is not Mr. Leng. You remember Mr. Leng, right? Yeah. All right. So you see, what we colleague. This is how we say goodbye. Big A, we hand it to you. I'm going to take the time signal. I apologize. The time signal is being taken a little bit late. I know Vivian is listening, so I don't know how I'm going to get over this. Vivian, please to pardon me, sir, ma'am.
This one is big. The H&L Rapid True Value Labor Day sale is on until May 31. Save now. The time by the H&L Rapid True Value Labor Day sale is
6 minutes after 10 o'clock. You're inside of the Africa Forum. No, you're inside of the Sunday Sunshine with a Big A. Tell me what to do, Big A. Do you want me to play a little bit of Ernie Wrangling? And then you'll play gospel. It's your time to play gospel. What do you want me to do? Go and... Oh, leave the maestro. All right. I should can I just quickly say, mark the date, May 31, REUNITING Village. We're going to change the frequency. So May 31, changing the frequency. Mark the date. We'll tell you much more about it next week, Sunday.
Everybody feel Irie when they listen to Irie. Everybody love Irie. Irie FM.
I listen to everything on Irie FM. Irie FM on Sunday. Irie FM on Monday. Irie FM on Tuesday. Irie FM on Wednesday. Irie FM on Thursday. I say on Fridays, Irie FM on Saturday.
is Irie FM. And you have an next day?
Reggae in the morning, reggae in the evening, reggae at night time on Irie Radio. Reggae in the morning, reggae in the